Hello, everyone. I guess OBS didn't crash.
For once, yeah, it just kind of chugged along.
Yeah, I was waiting for you to restart the countdown because you do have to almost every time.
It's every time except for when you think it's going to happen.
I think it's going to happen every time. But yes, welcome back to Dark Heresy. Last time, the warband had some nice long chats. Primarily with the Flame Falcon's senior chaplain, the Reclusiarch Hugh. That also got some tail information from Eustace and met Augie's cousin. He's a real treat.
He's going to meet my fist pretty soon.
Don't you fucking dare. That man right there is an imperial hero of bureaucracy.
Look, he'll live. I'm incapable of hurting anything. It's just gonna remind him that I'm here.
You have power armor on. You can break his jaw. His beautiful, beautiful jaw.
With power armor on, I have a damage of 3 unarmed.
3! You're gonna do 3 damage on his beautiful jaw. How dare you?
I mean,
I might not get through his toughness.
no, you would. Just
and
immediately.
then you roll Righteous Fury. Yay! I suppose I should stop playing video games now.
Yes.
Please.
I was
stopped
stuck
a while ago.
I was stuck in a very long cutscene. It was like 15 minutes. I don't know why this game was like this.
It's Japanese. They like the cutscenes.
This game is like one long
Very
cutscene
true.
that you can't look away from as you get slowly torn apart. I cry.
Wow.
Anyway.
I mean, I suppose that's not an incorrect characterization, but right. Yes. Just as a brief reminder, the Flame Falcons are having Felix institute a system of genetic screening, concentration and breeding camps. Where anyone who is whose genes are too far away for them to be capable of producing aspirants in the future is being either killed or castrated. And anyone whose genes are good are being industrially bred to bring the population numbers back up.
They're doing God's work.
Unsurprisingly, Juno has some feelings about this, as does Savin.
Yes. You should. But at the same time, it's no and the worst thing the Imperium does. It's...
No, but I'm going to selectively ignore everything else because I don't have to see it myself.
Ah, I see.
That is how it works.
If I do not see it, I can pretend it does not exist.
That's true. I do it all the time.
Yes.
And the ones that won't eventually become Flame Falcons, which I don't care about the Flame Falcons repopulating. I care about more menials creating more guns.
Well, we'll have to ask Jax about it.
Yes.
What about Daxter?
No. Fortunately, we have not yet met Space Marine Brother Daxter, but perhaps later.
Yeah, I think that covers, an adequate sufficiency. So, last we left it, you guys had just... Well, those of you who were aboard the Flame Falcon ship, which was... which looks to be all of the PCs except Eloa.
Hey, I was flipping switches.
She flipped a very important switch, to be fair.
Yes.
Or at least very interesting.
And you had just left Hugh, and I believe your plan was to go and find a menial. There are many menials.
Yes.
It's not hard.
We just need one literally at random and to drag him back somewhere where there isn't a bunch of surveillance. Apparently,
Sure.
I think we said we were preferencing one that's not from Leth, but really if one's not immediately forthcoming, we'll just take whatever.
Uh-huh. So many questions to be asked, so many mysteries to be looked into. There is no way they managed to get all of these menials from Leth. Some of them must have been from beyond before they came back into Imperial space. All mindfucked, they're probably not going to give us much, but it'd still be nice to talk with them.
Alright. Oh no. Well, at least you can escape that while we handle the rest of the party, Stray. Yeah. You guys can just immediately, or almost immediately, find a menial who is not... who can spare you a few minutes. He is not immediately being retasked to go and do something else, and you can find a side room and do your usual shenanigans of OPSEC. The menial in question is a short man. The way his skin hangs, it looks like he used to be quite fat, but now is not. His hair's receding, white where it still grows. And just like all of the others, he wears a glowing red metal collar about his neck. Sir Laird, what can I do for you?
Wait, hold on. We need to take this menial back and get another one. This one doesn't have a soul to begin with.
Oh no, that's good. That means he cannot be influenced by the warp. It's fine. We couldn't possibly find a better one. Like, grab the ginger.
Oh god, the callers turned them Irish!
Oh, fuck!
A fate worse than death. Balti, I'm sorry about your wife's planet. We're gonna have to exterminate us. Ahem. Sorry, sir. We were hoping we could just take a look at this for a moment. I will flick a finger over his collar. And by we, I mean my friends here. Shove Balti forward.
Well, of course, lads. If there is any thing you need to ask about it, I am... it is within my duties to assist you. So, Balti, what are you doing?
Oh, you want me to use some sort of prescience, I assume?
Yes, I want you to use your psychic powers on this thing so we can understand it better.
on the collar itself. Okay.
If you end up making a Psyniscience roll, I will assist, I suppose, if possible.
Hang on a diddle. Get back.
Okay. Yes, I suppose you could assist, just, do a squint together and help work out what shit means.
E.
Mm,
Alright. Well, now that you are taking a more detailed look, first thing is, yep, it is the color itself that is psychically active. No ambiguity about it. It is very powerful. And looking, it seems likely that it was itself created by etheric activity, as well as being a conduit for it.
Conduit, you say? It's an interesting and specific word choice.
Indeed.
I mean,
Yep. He's channeling his energy through this thing.
So, does the
He's
collar seem to be
it makes him
interacting with the
strong.
person wearing it in any active way at the moment?
Not as far as you can tell. It's whatever properties it might have when active, they do not seem present at the moment.
Yes. I'm just gonna ask this fellow. Tell me, how did you come to end up wearing this? What's the story of your ascent to the Falcon's side?
Alert. Have you heard of Ulik?
Have I?
Yes, it is a sector of Imperial space in Ultima Segmentum, to the galactic north of Ultramar.
Not along. Of course, of course.
Quite a bit to the north, to be fair, but that's a reference point you would, like, you as a player would know, at least, I hope.
Yeah, I'm vaguely aware that the Ultramarines have a planet or some shit somewhere.
Oh, they have an entire sector of
They
space
have-
for their
yeah.
personal empire. They're fucking cheats.
I mean, look, they're the poster boys. What do you want?
Yes. A great beast came, a devouring swarm. Ulik was lost. The Laird Halkins, he took our people at the last moment to bring us either to new worlds or for those of us that were willing to stay by their sides. I chose to serve them rather than wallow in the squalor of a refugee camp.
I see. So they saved you from certain doom. It's, as you would expect from the Emperor's angels, of course.
On a way. But, well, on that life, I was a clerk of your Ministratum. I knew a little of a plan. It wasn't just saving us, it was starving the Devourer. After they took all they had space for, and the other angels did the same. He and the Navy wiped the planets clean of all that were left behind. Not a single scrap of human flesh was left for the Devourer to feast upon. Ulick died to spite that swarm, and I'm glad of it. So, I'm also just going to pop in here. None of you are familiar with the Ulick sector having been destroyed by Tyranids and Exterminatuses.
Yeah, I was about to say,
Yeah.
what year is this? Hang on.
Yeah, especially since he said the Falcons were working with other Marines. It's like,
Gonna throw a scrutiny at this guy because I know for a fact Jacques likes to run around and alter people's memories. He believes that, right? He absolutely believes that happened.
Yep. It's,
never mind.
From his behavior, you have no cause to doubt his recollection. Or rather, you have no cause to doubt the veracity of his belief. You have ample cause to doubt his recollection, but he's not lying to you, as far as you can tell.
Can we just, like, surreptitiously pull up a data pad, like, any information about Ulick's, just to confirm that that wasn't something just none of us happen to know off the top of our heads? It's no reports that Ulick's got wiped out. It's fine.
I am reminded of a conversation about how the propaganda machine works. But then again, we are Inquisitors, so never mind.
Yeah, we are. I mean, the Imperium itself is a gigantic propaganda machine, but this guy literally magically brainwashes people.
Yes. Let's see. Your throne agent's now on Narcia's an explicator, so yeah. The only reference to Ulick and Tyranids, because Ulick still exists, it's paying taxes, is that there is an estimate that if one of the Tyranid high fleets continues on its present course, it will assault the Ulick sector within the next decade.
So either our boys from the future, or either Zacchaeus playing mind tricks.
Theoretically, it could be both.
Could be both at the same time. I hate it. Well then.
Thanks, Warp.
So these guys are absolutely not locals. How old is this man, and what year does he think it is?
Looking at him, he seems fairly old. Are you actually asking him?
Yeah, sure, why not?
I have been blessed to live to 107 so far, and by the grace of the throne, it is the 999th year of the 41st millennium.
Merz, is he correct in that assumption?
By your calendar, it's like the 994th.
It's just a bit off.
But hypothetically, the Ulick sector could be attacked within, say, 5 years or so, because that's within the decade, for sure. I guess, how long ago did he come to serve the Falcons, then? Yeah.
27 months ago, lads. Devara came in the 997th year. And my home was one of the first evacuated.
That's most unfortunate. Oh well. Thank you for answering our questions. If we need you for anything else, we'll call for you.
Aye, lads. I don't have too long before my next duty rotation, so I will have to be on my way soon. But I will wait as long as I can if you do think of anything you need ask.
Certainly.
Dim
Juno.
his light. Turned to Narcia. Yes.
I don't like what's happening here. We've had a fair share of temporal anomalies, shall we call them.
Yes.
But with all the things that have happened, I'm not sure if it is indeed a temporal anomaly or something else.
We could always just go ask Hughes. He's just in the other room.
We
I
can.
feel somewhat bad for disturbing him immediately again, but...
Before we do that, what do we get out of the collars? What do you and Baltus at least get out of the collars?
They are... conduits, as you suspected.
Well, usually I'd say I love being right, but in this case, I hate being right. There's so much about the situation I don't like. We can't be sure if it's mindfuckery, temporal anomalies, or both. Okay. So these guys are very much not local. And they were picked up from the future.
Potentially.
Potentially. But here's the thing. I don't think it would have been able for them to be picked up from the future. The blueberries would never allow them to get anywhere close to their sector.
Well, here's the thing, though. If in the future we've already redeemed the Flame Falcons, then there'd be no reason for them not to be allowed into the sector.
Yes, in the future. Then what are they doing back in the past, still unredeemed?
Perhaps they have no idea. We should ask a Falcon. In fact, I imagine there's Space Marines just kind of walking all over the place, right?
It's actually a good question. They were just pissed that someone else had laid claim to their planet. They might not be fully aware of their status. Oh my god!
Yes, there are falcons wandering. Well, not just wandering around. They are striding purposefully. Space Marines don't wander.
Exactly.
Right. I will fall in line with one of them and say, "Pardon me, my lord. Could you answer a couple of questions for me? Won't take but a moment."
A moment I can spare you, little one.
Thank you, Lord. Are you aware of any time fluxes your chapter has been exposed to? Going forward or back in time from your linear perspective of it.
Ah, you have been talking to the menials.
Yes, indeed.
Their home, their counted the years a little differently from we have found that you do. Each sector seems to have a slightly different idea of what the real date is. I cannot say myself, only that it has been 223 years since I received your grandfather's holy blood.
I see. So then, you do remember your chapter's assistance to the people of Ulix?
I do not call it much assistance. We stole those we had space for and killed the rest, just to stop the enemy from having them.
Begging my pardon, but would that someone had provided such assistance to my world. There might be more than one of us alive. But thank you for your answer, Lord. That makes things much more clear for us.
He gives a nod and picks up his pace a little.
Yeah, fall out. Return to the rest of the group, panting slightly. Whew. Long-legged boys. Yes, the Marines remember Ulix. They say that the different sectors count the years differently. Apparently the whole Imperium's calendar is fucked.
Okay, as a bureaucrat, can I call bullshit on that?
I mean, you say call bullshit, but not be.
You can throw either a trade bureaucracy or -20 Forbidden Law Inquisition.
Merz.
Well, bureaucracy would be much easier for me.
But it's also not a Forbidden Law.
It's 9 successes.
I'm getting to it straight. I need to look that up.
Okay.
Okay, I'm sure there's some discrepancies, but a need invasion?
So
People from the fucking Ultramar sector all the way over here?
let me talk. So the way the Imperial calendar works is that it is set on Terra. And then it is transmitted to the capitals of each segmentum. And from there to each sector. And along the way, sometimes the message arrives a bit early. Sometimes it arrives a bit late. Sometimes it doesn't arrive at all and they never update their calendar. So, yes, the various sectors of the Imperium do have just slightly different calendars. They're all centralized to an extent, but the sheer scale of the operation makes doing it efficiently impossible. Now, as for something like this, well, if something hasn't happened yet, according to the Terran calendar, it doesn't get filed as an event that has happened. It gets put back in the in tray until the calendar matches up, and then they write it.
Okay,
So realistically, Ulix could be a fucking graveyard right now, but because the calendar hasn't caught up on Terra, they haven't filed the report yet.
Yep. Pretty
And-
much.
Yeah. Now, you as Inquisitors have a bit more immunity to that, but at the same time, you're Inquisitors in a different segmentum. You don't have the same need to know as a warband that is based in Ultima Segmentum. So they may have it in their internal inquisitorial database, but haven't given it to you.
Yeah, they're just keeping
In
it to
fact-
themselves because they've been eaten.
Or maybe they have given it to you, and someone misrepresented that. Like, maybe that report that Ulix is probably going to be attacked was what some bureaucrat misunderstood a message they got as. Ulix attacked 997. Well, that's clearly just a strategic prediction. Let's put that in as attacked within the next 5 to 10 years. Probably. Maybe. Who knows?
It hurts, but you're right. This is something that would fucking happen in this universe.
Now, would you like to also make the Inquisition roll?
Oh yes, I would love to, but I'm out of 9s, so that's
Yeah.
without the minus 20.
Well, it would still be a pass. So, you've already demonstrated you're a bit familiar with the weird ordos of the Inquisition. The Ordo Sicarius, for instance. In large part because of the calendar issues, and just the warp being fucky, there exists an Ordo Chronos.
Yeah, that one.
You have heard unsettling rumours that elements of the Ordo Chronos are engaged in a Cold War against elements of the Ordo Chronos. Entirely about what the date is. It is not open fighting on the streets of Terra, but certain promising inquisitors have just occasionally have occasionally had themselves in tragic gasoline fight accidents.
Ah, God, best scene of every movie.
You're just gonna see Narcia start sweating. Are you all right? What have you realized?
I was reminded of an uncomfortable fact. So remember how there could be potentially copies of us running out there because of our warp travels?
Wait,
Yes.
excuse me.
Shh. Don't think too hard. It'll hurt.
So, have you ever heard of an Ordo Chronos?
I think it's come up once in our travels, yes.
Trying to figure out if there's a temporal anomaly happening is way outside of our pay grade, and I can almost guarantee you there is always a temporal anomaly happening. If it is, it's best that we all ignore it.
So are we just going to go with the assumption that the Flame Falcons did, in fact, save Ulix?
I mean, it'll help me sleep easier at night, not having to think about the Ordo Chronos.
Okay. So, wait, is that shit about the date actually true?
Well, here's the thing.
Is the calendar
It could
actually
be,
fucked?
but it could also not be.
Oh, goddammit.
Because the calendar, we tried to keep it synced with Terra, despite the fact that it is obviously physically impossible to keep it synced up with Terra. Because Terra is there and it has its own planetary rotation, and all of its planets are here, and their planetary rotations are nothing like Terra's. We're trying to force solar Terran time on the rest of the galaxy.
Narcia, does Terra know what the date is?
No, Terra does not
Okay.
know what the date is. In fact,
Gotcha.
Terra has been fighting with itself for millennia for what the exact date is.
Okay. I'm gonna turn to Amelie and say, so, do you know how we go through the warp? And that takes us through a strange hell dimension, yes?
Those would be the words I'd use to describe it, yes.
Right. And do you remember what happened to August? That he went into the warp and came out before he left
Oh,
on the calendar. That means
wow.
that briefly there are 2 Augustuses at the same time.
I'm just realizing how flimsy the fabric of reality really is right now.
Just nods sagely. You can see like her eyes under the blindfold just wide. Like, oh fuck.
Well, if there's another me out there, I want to duel her.
Luckily, we haven't come out too badly from that yet. Although apparently Inquisitor Reeve was 5 years. That's how long he and Kiera went back in time. Anyway.
Well, this discussion about temporal anomalies and they're not exactly kosher. It's not a conversation I feel happy having on this this location.
I don't feel comfortable having that discussion anywhere or anytime, if time has any meaning whatsoever. Which I'm beginning to suspect it really doesn't. Anyway. So we'll just assume that that's all true, then. Huh.
What is the time? What is the time?
Just gonna hug Narcy. It's okay. It doesn't matter.
It should matter.
All the calendar is just for bureaucrats. For us, it really
I
has
am a
little
bureaucrat.
impact. I know. It's okay. You're not just a bureaucrat, though. You're an explicator. We'll find some weasel from Kronos for you to beat up later.
They don't kill us. Maybe if they don't kill each other.
I wonder if that would probably be best for everyone.
So,
anyway, yes, what were we even doing other than examining the collar and realizing it does exactly what you think it does? Probably.
Yes, it does exactly what I think it does, and that is concerning, but that is just one story. They had a menial from the Ultima Segmentum, which is, if I'm not mistaken, way the fuck off.
Your mistake.
So, it's close.
If you go right from the Gothic sector, which is to say 1 step to the Galactic East, you're in the Ultima Segmentum.
Oh, okay.
You are on the border.
Okay.
I now understand why they don't have any Space Marine station in the Gothic sector. We're next to fucking rowboats house. No need any.
Oh no. Ultramar is actually on the is almost on the opposite side of the Ultima Segmentum. It's just Ulix. Ulix is north of Ultramar. It's not immediately north. Just go from Ultramar up, and you'll get there eventually.
Now, would that be towards the Galactic Center?
No.
Okay.
No, past.
Okay,
way past it.
Right, so it's closer to the periphery. Gotcha. Okay. Right, well. At some point, I still need to talk to Jacques, and I would like to figure out one more thing before I speak to him, but otherwise, I think things are starting to become somewhat clear here, at least for me.
Oh, I want to go get more stories out of these guys. I want to go interview more people.
Alright, I'll come along. I need to get my mental notes in order anyway.
I assume all the people that have been collared are not very bothered with their situation. If we ask around a bit.
Yeah, hold on 1 second. Just. Boop.
Oh. Well, this is a success.
I'm making
this wouldn't be a charm roll.
Oh, okay.
There is this skill called Inquiry.
Oh, okay.
Guess who's very good at inquiring?
In that case, I'll assist you.
Yeah.
I'm trained in it. I don't have 4 dots in mastery. Okay, that's 2 assists.
I mean, I don't have 4 either. I have 3. And one I purchased at the start of the session.
What's your fellowship then?
Oh, my fellowship is at 51, so we're
Oh,
good.
okay, yeah, you're still better. That's yeah, go ahead.
You assist me with a 10.
Me and Baltus are assisting, so that's 20.
Boom.
Wait.
Sorry, just give me a minute here. I'm doing something
Oh.
that will help you.
Okay. That's
I like
coordinated
being helped.
interrogation. Never mind.
If they just have a couple of people from the edges of the Ultima Segmentum and the rest of them are local, then okay, I can buy that. But I want to see just how far back these menials go, and where they're getting most of the manpower from. I don't expect to get anything useful out of them because they're all gonna have been just mind fucked.
All right. Well, let's just.
No, it's absolutely expected of us to talk with the menials.
Right. If you look in Merzenhammer 40k, there is a little partial galaxy map.
Yes, indeed.
This has been cropped to show your, the borders of the 2 segmenta. And you'll see on the left there is the Gothic sector, and then if you go east a bit, there is Ulix.
Fucking Fenris. Wait. Those stars. I've seen this map before.
There
Yes.
Which one am I looking for again?
Ulix. It's right above the Perfidian Gap.
Ah, okay.
Okay, so that's a ways off, but not that far off. Also, we are nowhere near where I thought we were, compared to the Galactic Center. Thought we were like closer to Thrace.
I thought we were all the way to like this direction, right?
I don't know where you're pointing.
I don't know what map you guys are on.
Left.
We're on the one that's in the Discord chat Merz just posted.
Stray's pointing way left.
Oh yeah, I thought we were up to the northwest.
Oh no, the Gothic is quite low.
It's really weird because the way it's written, it would make much more sense being where Thrace is, but no.
Okay.
Wait, where's the Halo stars from here? My God.
Oh, ages away. That's on like the full map, and that's too big to send to Discord easily. Yes, this is only a cropped version of it. It's the relevant locales.
Is Ultramar on this map? I don't think it is.
No, Ultramar is
South.
off the south end of it.
Yeah.
Yes. All right. So you are inquiring, and with that you will have 4 questions you can get truthful answers to, or at least truthful as far as the menials are aware.
Yeah. As far as they are aware. Poor fuckers.
Which seems to not be very fun.
It's not going to be one specific answer, but I guess we should spend one of those asking what sectors a bunch of menials are from, just to kind of collate where this chapter's been lately.
Yes.
Sure. Well, indeed, some from the Gothic, some from Priam, Colonna, Artemis, and the Reef Stars. A few more from Ulix. One even claims to be from distant Kiltor.
Wow.
That's a ways off. How'd he get here? What the fuck are they doing
How
all the way
old
out
is the
there?
guy from Kiltor?
Say again, sorry?
How old is the guy from Kiltor? I imagine he's the oldest.
He is very old, yes. By his count, he... Well, I lost count after 400. I can't actually count very high, I'm afraid. But, so long... But, I don't actually need to count past 400. That's how many autocannon shells you can fit in a standard Munitorum ammo box.
Exactly. I like this guy. He has a very practical mindset. Besides, we have cogitators for calculations that go higher than 400. It's all about efficiency.
Oh, indeed. But yes, you're asking how I got here?
Yes.
Yeah.
How did the Falcons come to have your service?
Well, was assigned to the Guard, I was. Back when we still were the Guard, not the Astra Militarum. Fighting a campaign on the borders of the Storm of the Emperor's Wrath against the Greenskins and the Great Enemy. And my entire regiment was killed, except me and Jim. Jim shot himself some years later.
Oh. How tragic.
Yes! Waste of a good bolt shell, that was. Should have used a rope like a civilized man.
Double him.
But yes. Yeah. Falcons. They arrived at the last moment. Patched up the defensive line. And killed the Orc war boss. Yeah. There were more at the start when they first arrived, but everyone else died of their injuries. And, Jim and I decided we didn't want to have to explain to the commissar how we were still alive. So, I asked to go with them. They asked me if I knew how to operate my autocannon. I told them I did. So they brought me.
Ah, yes, a noble choice.
Did you actually know how to operate it?
I learned. I was assistant gunner, but it actually turns out the hard part is keeping it from, keeping it going, keeping it fed. Actually, just pointing and squeezing the buttons. That's simple.
I mean, you have arrows that show you how to reload the machine. All you have to do is make sure the barrel doesn't overheat. And if it does overheat and starts melting down, change it before the shells start exploding inside of the barrel. Or the receiver.
Okay.
Yes.
Merz, I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
So, this motherfucker's like 400. The last guy we talked to was 100. Now, I know science fiction, medicine, etc., but 400 stretches my disbelief for fucking peasant McGee here to live.
Yes, 400 isn't unachievable, but that requires high-end rejuvenate, and even that starts to it has diminishing returns. So the longest someone can hope to live on that is their 500s, and that's a lucky someone.
Right. That's what I kind of figured. So, I guess pop the next question. What? Are these people getting some kind of actual treatment? Like, do they not think it's weird they're living this long? Because, boy howdy, that's weird.
Yes, it is.
Right? Sure. Putting that around, yes, they are cared for by the chapter. But really, it's only when no. They only suffer injuries. They don't. None of them talk about having like gotten sick or something, and the apothecary's treating them. It's just like when they drop something on their foot, they get their foot patched up. When there are borders that get past the Marines and slash some of them up. Some of them die. The survivors get patched up.
So,
Biomancy.
Yeah, as part of this, I'll just have asked one of them, like, do you not find it weird that you've lived this long? Most humans are lucky to live 100.
Well, they feel fairly lucky to. Yes, they do feel fairly lucky.
Fair enough.
It's just a matter that, well, they are devoted to serving the Emperor, and they are continuing to do that. And, they do eventually, and well, actually, how would they actually say that? Because they wouldn't just say it, because that would be fucking weird.
They're not gonna go all creepy cultist on our asses now.
Yes. You can determine from them that they do eventually die, but far and away the majority of them are killed, or die in accidents or something like that. You don't hear much account of one's dying in their sleep.
I see. Oh, I know a question that's important. Any of these guys ever seen Jacques without his helmet on?
No.
I see.
You've got one question left after that, I think?
Oh boy. God. Okay, so we know they've been snatching people from the rim of the human galaxy all the way down the middle. Oh, we know the colors don't only fuck with their minds now, they also fuck with their lifespans.
I don't know that that's the collar necessarily.
Well,
I think
it's a
that's
safe assumption to make. Okay, another question.
Shit, I don't know the menials would know the answer to this question, but turning to the group here, so no answer, Merz. Are there any actual psychics outside the Falcons here? Like, do they have astropaths? Do they have navigators?
Oh, right, I forgot about the navigators.
Yeah, like that. Okay, if Jacques is the fucking Gellerfield, and like maybe he's a navigator, but like there's a lot of weird warpy bullshit you need to translate the warp and function in 40K. And theoretically, they should have run out of those resources a long time ago, specifically navigators and astropaths. Like maybe Jocks can just do all that, but if he can, then I think that would pretty much confirm my suspicion that he is either an archdemon or else like an actual like lost Primarch or something.
Yeah. Fuck. Shit. I hadn't even thought to ask of that.
Yeah, unfortunately, I don't know that the menials would know. Something we could put to Hughes though. So instead, yeah, there's the Heck priests. And anyone else have anything they want to ask?
Yes, I just brought up tech priests as you were getting into specialist crew, and if you don't think they would know about psych, that's fair, but they would presumably know about like the guys that prey at the machines.
Yeah, I mean, I just kind of naturally assume they've been hijacking Mechanicus, but yeah, that's a fair point. I guess we'll just ask to confirm, like, who takes care of the machines around here? Where are they getting their Martians?
Sure. So, well, most Falcons are possess some degree of technical skill. They care for their own armor and their own weapons, but yes, they occasionally pick up Martian priests. When bigger jobs are needed or to help take care of like the engines and the main guns, which are beyond the ability of the Astartes to care for. Apparently, he oh, give me a moment here.
I should fork out for an eradication ray.
If there are any tech priests around, we should be able to.
Hold on, I did ask for a moment so I could gather my thoughts and work out a way to phrase it, not to turn this into a free-for-all.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't think we're gonna get to meet any techies here.
Yeah. Apparently, there are no tech priests currently aboard the ship. Menials report that they come and go more than the others. While for them, they see service with the Falcons as a way of life. The tech priests are here on a temporary basis.
So by coming and going, they don't mean getting like flushed out the airlock when they're done with. At least the menials don't think that.
As well, For the most part, as they are, yeah. For the most part, the tech priests just go. The tech priests, when they want to leave, just get put on nearby imperial worlds, released from their collars, and often encouraged to find a replacement from nearby, but it doesn't always happen. However, the last tech priest, he was apparently a right queer fellow that came to a bad end. The menials here are unwilling to, I'll tell you that they don't know all of the details. You would have to ask the weapon crews, as that was where he was found.
Huh.
I guess I'll go chat with the weapon crews.
Another mystery on our hands, gang.
I mean, I have a feeling, but we'll see. We'll see.
Sure. Now is the time to roll charm to get them to open up to you about this.
Got my two little buddies here open. There we go.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Takes you a bit to get them to share, but eventually you'll get done. This tech priest is a junior adept, and he spent all of his free time in the gun decks. Whenever he wasn't solving another machine spirit, he was becoming acquainted with one of the bombardment cannons. And in the end, they found him there as a lifeless husk. His go-bits, as they put it, are just deactivated, and all of the flesh. Well, without his go-bits keeping him alive, he'd seem to die. And there is a whisper, but his face looked like a bride on her wedding night.
My God, that must have been one hell of a toaster.
They will offer to show you.
Oh, yes, please.
Oh, as another tech adder, just I need to see this.
All right, Narcia. I'm just going to ask for a willpower roll from you.
Yes, I succeed. My will is unbreakable.
Okay. Yes. I'm going to just DM you something on Discord because it's something only not out for people here. Only Narcia would be able to read and would only be relevant to her.
Fair enough.
Oh boy.
Where's Snippy? There you are.
One of the talents in Beep Boops gives me the ability to make a check and then give everyone the Fearless talent and a +20 on their willpower rolls.
Nice.
+10, +20 willpower, can re-roll failed fear and pinning tests, and gain the effects of the Fearless talent.
Pretty stonks.
Canticle of the Omnissiah, Incantation of the Iron Soul. This, of course, has to go through Merzendi before approved. There's some stuff in here that's really strong.
Yes. Yeah. Show you down to the actual gunners are in place, specifically the bombardment cannoners. They are huge, like easily easily taller than the Knight Lupus Libertas, and bronzed and gilded and incredibly ornate. Each is a veritable cathedral to the wrath of the Omnissiah. And each has just huge crane systems, pulleys, that's it. Pulleys and gurneys to rate 1,000-ton shells into position. A remarkable degree of automation for an Imperial ship. But then this is an old ship. Lead you down the down the way to the largest cannon. In addition, this is set apart by even more elaborate decoration, prayers to the machine god invoking wrath in both binary and Gothic, and arced above the breach with a pair of sigils. One the two-headed Aquila, the other one that only Narcia recognizes.
See, what's that symbol?
Excuse me one moment. Merz is just gonna turn around, stare a wall for a while, and then turn back.
Oh dear.
Do you pull a pillow out of your briefcase and just scream into it for a while?
No, I managed to contain myself. This is indeed a very old ship.
Yes.
Very, very old ship. So,
Narcia, what did cannon do?
oh, it's not so much about the cannon, but it's the history behind the cannon. This lovely piece of Imperial engineering. How do I? Can we have a moment? I grab Juno.
What?
I lean into her, whisper into her ear. This bridge cannon was signed by the first fabricator general of the Adeptus Mechanicus.
What?
This is one of a kind.
I'm gonna turn around from the fucking serfs, just shove Narcia back a little ways, grab her head. Are you telling me this is a fucking Crusades era ship?
Maybe even before that.
Okay. You know what? Actually, that explains everything. Great.
I will just quickly point out for Snippy. First of the Adeptus Mechanicus, not the Martian Mechanicum. And it is signed with his sigil as Fabricator General, which means this was made during the Heresy.
Ah. Okay. That's slightly different.
But I say maybe in reality this was probably made during the wonderful, wonderful era where Horus threw his little hissy fit. But this thing, this is a relic, a masterpiece of which I've never seen before in my entire life.
Oh, Narcia. Juno will put a hand on her shoulder. Unfortunately, I don't get to see it. Juno just smile.
Oh, you're really missing out. I could. Nah. You know, you should really think about investing in a cybernetic eye or two.
No, but then
This is my fourth pair so far.
Then I couldn't make shitty little jokes like that at my own expense. And then who would break all the tension?
Well, we could use Amelie.
Huh.
That's Amelie with an eye patch.
Well,
imagine Amelie with 2 eye patches.
Why, that's genius. What am I doing with my life? Why am I wearing a blindfold? I should have 2 eye patches.
Exactly. God, it's devolving very fast. Well, this is a hell of a fucking revelation. Fucking hell, Merz. I can see why the tech priest blew his load. Jesus fucking Christ. That's the founder of the modern Adeptus Mechanicus. He graced this ship with his very presence.
At least his work.
Oh, come on. It's just... Don't take the hope away from me. I need to have it in my head. The path I walk right now has once been walked by Cain himself.
So, TLDR. Assuming this tech adept didn't get murdered by Jacques, he came down here, he found this sigil here, and his cybernetics overloaded, and he coomed himself to death. Is that the story we're getting from these menials here?
I almost coomed myself to death.
Yes, he was directly interfaced with it when they found him. Otherwise, yes, that seems to be it.
In fact, I think we should directly interface with it.
Yes, you should, Narcia. That's going to be a brilliant idea and absolutely won't fry your brain. Please don't.
I know you're sassing the shit out of me, but I still want to do it.
Look, to be fair, it probably will actually, in some way, help our investigation, so I'm not going to tell you no. But I will say, he glances down the cannon. If you do die and I can't save you, I will put your body in the cannon and see if we can shoot you out of it.
I wouldn't go any other way. I can safely assume that there is at least going to be a degree of warp shenanigans. So, Merz, this is going to be very fucking stupid.
Hold on. But before you jack in, having heard the symptoms of what this dude died from, is there anything I can shoot Narcia up with to kind of give her a better chance of surviving whatever she's about to encounter?
Fucking virus that is about to kill me?
I mean, assuming it's not a virus and you just experience some sort of sensory overload and coom yourself to death.
It is most definitely a virus, because all his mechanical bits just shut down. It's either a virus or an EMP countermeasure.
Look, I'm trying to be helpful here. Maybe an intellect stimulant. Give you a bonus.
Well, just reboot me if anything bad happens.
You probably want the opposite of stimulant. You want to you want to get her drunk, probably.
Okay.
Or more efficient chemical equivalents.
All right, I'm gonna do that on Narcia. whip up some shenanigans from my med bag and give her a little boop.
Shall I do a Medicaid chem use roll?
Sure. Don't think my superior surgeon applies to crafting chems, so I actually am rolling Medicaid without a over 100% success chance. This is weird.
Sacre bleu.
Okay, never mind. It's fine. Still actually the best doctor in the sector. Don't even worry about it.
Yep.
Oh, this is gonna suck.
It is. Good luck.
It is gonna suck. Good luck.
Hope the buff helps. Not, I'll be here to yank you.
All right. So, Narcia.
I use an archaeotech to make myself not die to the virus that is about to hit me.
No? I you could roll Archaeotech to know about ancient Cogito viruses. But
You know what?
unless you have a bit of Archaeotech to help protect you, you can't really make use of it.
Yeah, you know what? Instead of killing myself, how about I jack in a pad instead?
Yeah, I was about to say, like, in 40K, is there an equivalent of the, like, Ghost in the Shell neck ring from Standalone Complex, where you have, like, a barrier attached to you that you're diving into this thing through? Like a hacking circuit breaker?
This is 40k. For like, no.
Okay.
No, you are not. You are not allowed hacking OSHA.
Okay, so you must directly interface the brain pan. Gotcha. It was worth an ask.
Yes, and you can just plug in a data pad, but
that sounds like pussy talk.
Then you're working through a data pad. You want interfacing, really.
Yeah, you know what? Let's begin with the data pad, test the waters, and if the data pad melts and explodes in my hands, then I can jack in my fucking brain and have it die. Because that would be very...
Yeah, that's clearly how you know it's safe, is if it fries your data pad, then whatever ancient intelligence in there wants to talk to you directly.
Yeah, exactly. Then it could be me next.
Say hi to your Man of Iron friend.
So,
as suicidal as I am, it would be very stupid to just die like that.
Yes. So, what is... Like, is this just a generic data pad? Or do you have a fancy one?
Oh, I have a very fancy one. I invested in best quality data pad a while back.
Okay, then you actually get to make a tech use roll.
My god, it's gonna break on me.
-30.
Fucking damn it.
Balti, do you happen to have tech use at all? The hell?
Right, so let's use a fair than that.
Yeah.
Oh, you know what? My curiosity got the better of me.
Alright. You plug it in and you can immediately see your pad slowing down. And it just... over the course of about 30 seconds, it goes from incredibly fast to slow to non-functional to just a brick.
I'm gonna have to wipe this when I get back. By wipe this, I mean solder a new chip in. Because the old one's compromised.
From the beep codes, you can diagnose the issue.
I would indeed love to.
Insufficient random access memory.
Sufficient RAM, really? How much RAM does this thing need?
Well, you just put in 16, so...
Apparently, more than is possessed by a junior tech adept.
Okay, so we need to get Eloa over here to bad touch this thing.
Okay, let me do some quick math here. How much RAM does my super duper datapad has? Is it like 4 because it's running on Windows XP?
Probably like 48.
40? Oh, so it's not running on Windows XP.
I mean, it could be. It's just running very efficiently.
Well, right now it's not
Or
running at
rather-
all, but...
Rather, not running very efficiently, just running very, very quickly because it has an absolute glut of RAM. Like, as you said, you invested in a best quality one.
I assume the best quality one would have Windows XP because everything in the Imperium is fucked.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's why this guy got fried, because he hasn't had a security update in 40 millennia.
It's because he had Windows Vista.
Oh, no.
Alright, so how does that compare to how much RAM Narcia has? Like, if we had to do percentages here.
I don't have that much.
Let's see, Narcy, what cerebral implants do you have?
Well, you might be disappointed. I have the locator matrix, the remembrance implant, an interface port, best quality everything on my face, and a good quality MIU.
So, relevant here would be the good quality MIU, and is that a standard remembrance?
Yeah, it is a very standard one. It was put in my head, like, at the very start.
Alright, in actual technical terms, Narcy probably has a, like, 2 to 3 times that. It's not a huge amount that can really actually be used by machines directly.
Yeah, because I'm using it right now to leave.
Yes. It's also limited by like the transmission speed of your MIU.
So, could we guesstimate about how much Eloa has? Like, if Narcy's like 2 to 3 times, what's the Magos rocking?
Let's have a look at which
Alright.
ones she has.
Go through the effort of dragging her over here.
Let's.
Honestly, a similar amount.
Okay.
Of what?
RAM.
Do you want me to get more RAM? What do you need?
We need more RAM inside a person to access this machine.
Why would it need to be inside of a person if we could just bring some RAM from the ship?
Well, we bricked our data pad, so now we're down to personal interface. Basically, we're trying to interface with a gigantic cannon weapon system, which I'm sure the Falcons appreciate us doing, by the way. But it's running some
We
fucking
killed one of
super
their
speed
tech
shit.
adepts, so we have to look into it so they don't lose any more tech adepts.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I have a tech adept right here. She's doing her job. What do you want? But yeah, so we need somebody or something that can actually interface with this thing, like a sufficiently powerful supercomputer, preferably inside a person, so that they can interface with it efficiently and communicate.
I would assist you with that.
Yeah.
If I tried
So-
myself, it would just get me killed.
Actually, can we like dual link the two techno nerds together? Actually, I'll bring Cass in here and like combine their OSs.
Actually, just send the beep boop over to Eloa. I know Eloa in here, but Eloa would like to know just how nice the ship they have is.
You probably could do that, Juno, but it would also mean, well, multiple people plugging into the same machine is sometimes a risky thing. You can sometimes have, like, thoughts drift from one person to another, and memories.
So
And,
you're saying we can make a Jaeger?
What she's saying is, do not
Well,
link Eloa with other members of the party, because Eloa will probably end up imparting them with a lot of corruption, even though she herself is not corrupted, because she has depths of knowledge, which is available only to someone who has undergone the rites to become a Magos.
You know what?
Let's not
This
melt
is
their
really
mind.
something none of us, aside from Elo, should be touching. That's long and short of it.
Okay. Do you want to send her a message, or should I?
I would love to.
Okay.
It's gonna take a moment to splurge about how cool this ship is.
I would say I'd go talk to the menials, but by the time I turn around, you'll probably be done.
Hey, Ella, they have fucking Heresy or a tech here.
Hang on. I press a button. Say again.
Well, basically, what I'm gonna tell you is that they have a very, very cool ship. It's from the Heresy era, and they found a cannon that is signed by the first Fabricator General of the modern Adeptus Mechanicus.
Archaeotech?
Oh yes, quite. Look at this shit. Oh yeah, when the adept plugged himself in, well, his cybernetics shut off, and I can see why. I tried to probe it with my datapad, and it kind of instantly killed all my RAM, so probably it's quite hot.
Link it with dual link with connect it with dual link cogitators and use them to process the information.
Actually, there should be some diagnostic tools around here that we can use that would not fry themselves when we try to look into the cannon.
Given the biologic nature of the cogitators, it will likely be able to process the information much faster. Given that, given their nature, they have plenty of random access memory to spare.
Where can I get some biological computers to get this thing to move faster?
Oh, you mean menials? Okay.
I have a
No,
service
that's
order.
what
Godstaters. Not menials, they
Cogitator.
explode.
Cogitators are very specifically vat-grown brains. Well, most are vat-grown brains. Some are just penal worlders.
some are just computers.
That sounds illegal.
It's
only
not.
slightly.
It's the opposite of that.
It's only if they start thinking that it's illegal.
I see. They're just glorified abacuses.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah. But yes. Well, you know, Eloa has some with her on the Mother of Invention. Otherwise, you could spend a while digging around. You might be able to find one here. The menials certainly don't have one to hand, but you know, it's not like this is an Imperial battleship and it would take you literal years to search.
Yeah. Yeah. Fuck. Damn it. It would take me literal fucking years to search. Okay, so we put that aside for now. An adept tried to interface with this cannon and his brain got fried. Do you have any other such mysterious disappearances? Probably not. But it would be nice to ask. Actually, okay, so we know this cannon is probably cursed as fuck, but what about the rest of the ship systems?
Are you asking me, Niels, about this?
Yeah, we don't want any such accidents to happen again, do we? Fortunate.
Yes, is anything like what happened to that Martian happened anywhere else?
They haven't heard of anything like that.
So it's an isolated incident. That's good. It's good to know. Everything's fine.
Yes. Yeah. We'll tell you just. If I were you, I wouldn't read too much into this. He's a queer fellow anyway. Even before he died, he is giving unnatural looks to some pieces of technology.
Ah, yes, I see. Weapon sexual. I've met someone like that. It's rather disconcerting.
His religion dictates that he pays proper reverence to these machines.
Does proper reverence always involve the tongue?
Well, you see, it depends on the sect. Most would say no, but there are some.
Anyway, gentlemen, it's been a pleasure talking to you. Thank you so much for showing us around down here.
It is the only
We'll
way to
find
spread
our
the
own way
lubricants
out.
properly.
Grab Narcia where she starts talking about tongue fucking meltaguns. Okay. Once we are a little distance away, Juno will set Narcia down and say, right. Unless you want to go find a super cogitator to interface with that cannon, I think we're about done here.
Honestly, I was this close to frying my own brain just to look inside of that thing.
You were.
It is a relic of a bygone era, and the mystery all packaged in the same neat little package.
Listen, I'm the last person to chastise you for trying to have a potentially
Really?
suicidal religious revelation.
You're usually the first one.
Yes, but you didn't actually die or do anything dangerous, so it's fine. I can just say that and make you feel better. Juno's gonna clap you on the shoulder.
It's true, you can. Anyways. Very, very old ship indeed.
Yes. Well, we had heard it was a gift from the Heresy. I suppose this tells us that is very much the case. At any rate, though, I need to go talk to Hughes at some point in the immediate future. I do have a burning question, pun intended. Before we think about talking with Jacques, if you want to, gesticulate, find a computer over at the Mother Invention. I suggest you do so quickly.
Right, I could do that. That'll be one less mystery at least. Although I'm pretty sure we're not gonna get anything actually useful out of this. It's just...
I don't know. That you say that, but I don't think a normal cannon would pry a datapad like that. Much less a tech adept.
Datapad probably yes, but a tech adept usually stop before doing that. Which means whatever this cogitator has been through has altered it in some way. And if it's
Exactly.
corruption from beyond, well,
It's corruption from beyond, or it's further proof that there's something unnatural about the ship itself. It's not just Jacques, it's not just the callers.
Right, you go ask your little questions. I'll see if I can find the cogitator to make this more doable.
Yes.
Okay.
I need to step away very briefly. Yes.
I see the GM putting down the death trap right in front of me, and I want to step in it. I want
I
to
was
jump in
so looking
first.
forward to you just getting fucking fried.
Narcia is supposed to have a self-preservation instinct. She only gets shot by accident.
Or the enemy's intent.
Every time I've gotten shot up was behind cover. That is a fact.
See, that's why Graves has never taken a wound ever, because he's never behind cover.
Yes, that's true. He's never actually taken any injuries. He's much like Juno, just immune from critical hits.
I don't
That's
know.
why-
Graves has lost a lot of fate points.
That's the joke.
And that's just lost a lot of... Actually,
High five, fellow zero fate point buddy.
oh my fucking god. Even Ceiko, a sniper who's always as far away from the battle as possible, doesn't matter where you are, you're gonna get fucked.
Yeah, welcome to 40k.
That is the reason why the only valid place is in front of the enemy.
I don't know, like, you guys get
Oh.
tore up all the time. The only person who can kill Juno is Juno, so that makes me feel good.
Seiko's
Excuse
got
me,
a
what
lot
am I,
more
chop-
dodges at least, so.
You haven't killed
What
me
am I,
yet.
Yeah, I don't want to, but I can.
Why? Okay, whatever. I'm going back to reading. Technically, I am reading stuff that is relevant. I am reading a 100-page plus document on the Adeptus Mechanicus book that I can use.
Well,
We
are sending Narcia back to the Mother of Invention, so hopefully you can get in on this in a moment.
Looking to make my own cognito hazard. And yet there are no rules.
I
course
would be
there are no
shocked
rules
if there
for
were
this.
rules for that. That's Archaeotech.
I have many ranks in Archaeotech and Forbidden Knowledge.
Yeah, but I don't think they would put the how-to right in the book. That would encourage you to actually do it.
Right?
That's what the 4 ranks in Tech Use Security and Logos are for.
Also for 4 ranks in pestering the GM.
I wasn't talking to you, I was talking to them. You were gone.
Yes, I know, but that's actually a slightly more useful skill in this situation. To just, be able to ask me to do it, to come up with it.
I was looking in the books. And then I just kept tripping over stuff that was cool, like an eradication ray.
Take a look in a book.
A reading rainbow.
Right, then. So, Juno, you're off to Hugh?
Yes. Another question I want to pose to Hughes if he has the time to speak briefly.
Sure, you can find him once more. I'll just pop him over here. You go.
Reclusiarch, if you have a moment, I've been speaking with the crew of the ship for a bit, trying to understand what your chapter has been through, and something you said has been rattling around in my mind. sure how to put it to words, but Jacques, is he like me? Has he come back from the dead?
It is an interesting question, Juno. One must consider in answering that what it means to be dead. That he has come back from things that most would call death. He is our eternal Grand Master. He is the eternal flame.
Juno just nods as if expecting to have heard that. Is there truly a man beneath that armor? Or is it just flame now?
I am too young to tell you when he shed his flesh.
But he did.
Indeed. Now, he is our grandfather's gift, given shape and purpose.
Juno just nods along. Suddenly his idea of mercy makes a bit more sense.
There is a logic to all things that he has done. But a logic is not always the correct logic.
I don't doubt it. See the Emperor's light embodied so. It's truly a remarkable thing. The whole ship is a remarkable thing. What he's done with the collars. He uses the souls of the menials to, well, work his magic. This ship itself has weapons forged by the very founder of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Powerful enough, it seems, that their computer intelligences fry the brains of adepts.
You have heard the whispers about the bombardment cannon, then?
I've heard more than whispers. We went down and tried to plug in, and it fried a datapad that should have been able to handle such a weapon with ease.
Pardon me, Juno. There's something that you said that I took a moment to grasp. The Grandmaster uses the souls of the menials?
Juno will nod along. Those collars, they do more than just protect the menials from the flame. She'll gesture grandly, as if indicating her own grand sight. I was examining them with Baltus. They're much more than that. They're conduits, not wards. It would certainly explain the tremendous power he's able to wield. Enough for a man to translate a ship into the warp, and correct me if I'm wrong, but you don't have astropaths or navigators, do you?
You speak the truth.
Those roles, the positions on a starship that would normally be filled by many men, specialized men, mutants. I've traveled along with a rogue trader. I've seen how they operate. All those roles are fulfilled just by Jacques alone. Even the greatest sorcerers, I'm not sure one could truly do that alone, not for any length of time. This is psychic power on the level of the Emperor himself.
Or a Primarch.
Or a Primarch.
He is strongest amongst us, but no. He protects us and he hears the voices and sees the light in the Empyrean. It is not as if he has lit a second Astronomicon.
Of course not. Not truly, though. This place shines near as bright. Do you have other librarians? Because I don't know if you can truly appreciate what I see. Juno will tap her eyes. This whole ship is awash in flame. Brilliant. And now, if you care to look out a porthole, perhaps you've seen the ship we arrived on, engulfed in flame because they turned on their Geller field. Jacques' power is reaching far beyond just your ships. It's affecting space all around you. It may not be the Astronomicon, but it's the closest thing I've ever seen since I was on Terra. And I was not allowed to see the Astronomicon there.
I have seen the light around your vessel. And in no small part, I would credit that to us being present on above our home. The world itself is radiant, and I have little of the talent. But what I do have, I have felt amplified each time I set foot upon it.
And so you can appreciate what those colors are doing. The rest of the chapter I don't think can sense it, not truly, but all the menials Jacques has put a collar around are performing a similar function for him, spread out across your fleet. The fleet is, in a sense, Jacques' home now. Though I suspect their properties are additive. The whole of the warp was aflame when we arrived. Very nearly killed our astropath.
More things I must ask of him then. I do not wholly believe it is as you say. There's but nor can I dismiss what you have seen. There is a truth to be uncovered. Oh, I fear I will not like what I find either way.
That has been my experience, almost without fail, since I joined the Inquisition. Truths buried beneath truths, and I don't think I've liked a single one I've found. I'm sure if I told my compatriots, they would think Jacques was a demon bound into armor, but even then, that wouldn't explain what he's able to do. His power reminds me too much of what I've experienced myself. Ever since the Emperor brought me back, that same light I carry. I truly hope I'm not mistaken, but there's no way to be sure, really. Not without talking to the man himself. If you go to seek answers, I'd ask to accompany you. There's every possibility I might see something you won't.
Normally I would agree, but in this, if I confess I feel a concern growing in my heart that if there is some secret he is keeping, he will not. If there is some secret he is willingly keeping, he will not divulge it. And to go as one, it would only raise his guard.
Perhaps, but Juno lower her shoulders. Clearly she doesn't want to say what she's about to say. Force it out anyway. I would at least ask you not go alone. I do not think Jacques is a malicious man, but I saw what he was able to do to Tilpin. I know what he's done to Queen Moira down below. If he wants to keep a secret and a man approaches him alone asking questions, you may come away believing you got just the answers you wanted to hear. Understand?
I wish that I did not, but yes. But in that, I do not see an easy path forward. Each approach brings its own dangers, and neither way I can see would lead to the truth if he wishes it kept.
All we can do is try. I am a persuasive woman when I choose to be, but there's only so much pressure I can put on a space marine. Ultimately, Ecclesiarch, the choice is yours, whether you wish to bring me and not, but I would beg the favor that you would, that we might see what he has to say firsthand. I want to believe that Jacques is Everything I hope he is, that he is the flame incarnate. But I cannot be certain he is, and without that certainty I fear for your safety and those of the people down below.
I have decided we will not go yet. There is another that I must summon to the eternal flame for this.
A smile spreads on Juno's face. I was hoping you'd say that.
But I warn you, the Venerable One is... To bring him, it is certain that Jacques will be on guard, but he alone has as much influence over the hearts and soul of our chapter as the Grand Master. Lord,
Understand.
if you believe there is a limit to what pressure you can give, he will assuredly be enough to tip the scales.
I agree. You're on. I will speak with my compatriots and tell them what games are afoot. Let us prepare our arguments when the Venerable One arrives.
Hugh gives a nod and steps away, raising a hand. He pauses hand midway to his combeat and then shakes his head for striding off in the direction of the hangars.
Smart man.
Smart man. Yeah.
We're a smart cookie.
Rejoin the group. Has Eloa had a chance to get over here by the time we're done with Hughes?
Yep, I was actually going to boop on over to the Narcia and Eloa show for a little bit.
Great. I will go to the bathroom real quick then.
God damn it, I was about to do the same thing.
Damn it!
I was just listening to the entire conversation. I was like, surely after they're done with this, they're going to do something else. Oops. 45 seconds?
Sure, go for it.
God, can you imagine the stuff that machine spirit has witnessed over the years? I can.
I mean, yes. Especially since one of the probable reasons for it to be as janky is someone forgot to delete the temporary files.
Yes!
It's still got all of its snapshots of history.
It's trying to desperately offload its temporary files to the first maintenance person that comes to actually perform maintenance on it. To see what is wrong with it, or what has been wrong with it for all this millennia. Which is why it requires so much fucking RAM.
Yes. And something I should have mentioned earlier, but forgot to. I'll tell you. You can tell Savin. something you would have been able to get from the gun crew. They venerate the machine spirits of the gun and its integral logic engines, but they do not use them. It is tradition that the great cannoners are operated manually.
Oh my god, the machine spirit must be screaming in anguish. I have so many targets and nothing to shoot at. Why do you not engage? Why do you always engage the manual aiming mode? Ah!
Alright, was that yay Astray being back?
No.
Yes. So, Narcia was going over there to collect you and a big cogitator, I believe?
I guess. I was also trying to make a virus.
Hey, Eloa. Remember when I was telling you that the machines hold answers that the squishy brains will never be able to answer? I think you might have found a break in the case. So get this. Big Heresy era cannon signed by the Fabricator General, Zacharias Kane himself. And it hasn't been maintained in years. I need a lot of cogitator banks. We need to see what secrets are inside of that thing, and we need to find it sooner rather than later before they fiddle with it. That gun holds all the answers.
You believe that this piece of archaea tech holds all the answers for what? The Flame Falcons themselves?
Yes, clearly, all the biologicals there have been influenced by the chapter master himself. He holds a great degree of power over the human mind, but there is no way he would know how to interface with the cogitator of that age. In fact, the last person who tried to interface with it just had all of his augments sawed off. Some poor adept they picked up from God knows where. Got a little bit too excited and couldn't handle whatever the machine had to show him. The answers are there. We just need to pry them open. So you're in on this with me, or what?
I will gather some forces and meet you in the hangar bay.
Alright. I'll be there waiting for you. The sooner we get this done, the better. My god, this is so good. My god. Juno has to be nice.
I'm always nice.
Does it hurt? Did you want to snap? You just want to go apeshit?
No.
Not even once?
No.
Be honest with yourself now, because it's fine. You can lie to me all you want, but to yourself? When you saw what that man was planning to do with the locals on Layers, when Augie's cousin was talking so casually about concentration camps, you wanted to sock him in the face. You know it.
Well, yes, but that's hardly going apeshit to slap a bureaucrat. No offense. I'm pretty
One
sure
of these
even with
days
my
you'll go
power
postal.
armor, it wouldn't have even broken his jaw.
Exactly.
I feel like you and I have vastly different definitions of apeshit. I've piloted a knight.
Ah, I had almost forgotten about the 90s, and we just run ahead of our nicely organized battle line and almost get yourself shot to death.
Yes.
Mm.
That was practically me at my best.
You're one of those people that just... They have two modes, either perfectly calm or just... They just explode once the anger reaches a certain part.
That's me.
I haven't seen that explosion yet.
And ideally, you won't. Unless we find some Tyranids.
Ah, I see. They're more used to the simmering anger, where it just always spills over. The person is always angry, and they always show they're angry. Don't remain perfectly calm until the point they explode. They're just constantly exploding, and their actual explosion isn't an explosion. It's more like
It's more like a bubbling over.
yeah, it's like that. It's like a teapot that has overflown. You're like a steam engine.
Narcia, would you like me to teach you how to meditate? I think it'll help you.
I would love to. Please.
Oh, well, that didn't expect you to actually say yes. Well, while we're waiting for Eloa, come over here. Let's go through some chakras.
Okay, what point do we start self-flagellating? Or is it not part of the schedule?
That's not part of the meditation, no.
That's for advanced. That's an advanced class, not for beginners.
Yes, no. Meditation is about focusing your inner self. About
But what if I want to beat
categorizing.
the shit out of my inner self?
I know that's really just what you think you deserve. And we'll reach into her sleeve and pull out a cat of nine tails. I can teach you how to do that too.
We should include that in the meditation classes.
It is a different kind of focus you'll attain between meditating and flagellation. One is a clarity of a centering, and the other is compartmentalizing everything else outside. You're focused, you're zealous, you find an objective and you pursue it relentlessly. I don't think you need to flagellate yourself. Not really. You might want to. It would make you feel better, I'm sure, in some places, that if you fail or you have some self-perceived slight, you can punish yourself for your failings, but really it doesn't help.
I really wish I could just find the magic button I can just push and make my brain just work perfectly normal.
I'm honestly surprised that's not a piece of cybernetics.
I get close to it with the cybernetics. But the fact that I have to still fall back on the chemicals.
Yes, I would generally prefer you not lobotomize yourself with a computer anyway.
That's the thing, the computers we have in the Imperium couldn't do this sort of work. The information I have in me cannot be trusted on a mere cogitator. It's dangerous. It needs to be parsed, I think is one word for it. Vetted is another.
I see. Oh, still, that's just double the reason not to do it. Oh, there's Eloa. Eloa, would you like to join us for meditation?
Anyways, that was what I was asking, waiting to ask Merzendi. Merzendi,
Yes.
how many can fit on the vessel with me? For one. Two, how much is normal for a Magos?
Majors is a pretty big rank. And it's also a wide rank. There are there's really a lot of variance in normal and expected. It's basically whatever you want, and you're flying via gun cutter, so like a platoon.
I don't know how much that is in 40k terms.
In this case, it would be 32 Scutarii.
Alright, I'm going to take, they all have best quality equipment, so I'm going to take 10 Volkites, 10 Transuranic Arbicuses, 10 Plasma Calivers, and one of my Tech Adepts, and what's it called? What is the...
Centurion or Legate?
The Centurion, the Legate, there we go. So basically, all of the ones that actually, would nominally pose a threat to, power armor, and, an adept, and my legate.
Okay, so you are,
Loader for Brayer.
yes. You are comfortable with the statement that this is going to be making?
Do you really want me to? Fine, I will bring along a mixed complement, including radium ones. Happy? And I assume this is her going to be grumping at, the one person that knows how to talk, which would be Narcia, suggesting not to bring all armor-piercing Scutarii with her.
I mean, there is a lot of things wrong with the current lineup. This looks more like a boarding crew instead of a ceremonial guard. And I know this is exactly what normal Maguses bring with them, but you have to remember these are Space Marines. They don't understand how normal works.
Very well. I will include 7 of each, but I will not bring the ones with carbines. 7 radium Jezzails, 7 Volkites, 7 Arbicuses, 7 Calivers. The rest will be complemented by the Legate and my Tech Adepts.
I feel like Narcia was talking less about the specific weapons and more about the platoon.
Yeah, no. The thing is... Okay. So, let's say a human has like 10 fingers on both of his hands. If you bring more men that they have fingers on their hands, they might get slightly nervous.
You can't see it, but Eloa is going to squint underneath her armor as she looks back to when she's seen Magoses with their complement. This is fully a third of what the Magoses on Lathe Hesh would bring with them.
I know this, and you know this, but you think they know this?
Has their education lapsed so long in the void?
Space Marines typically like to... How to put this? Since they created, they're told that they are the biggest and baddest person in the room. The moment they stop being the biggest and baddest person in the room, they get nervous.
20.
Still more than fingers, but you know what? It's a slight improvement.
And Eloa will look down at her hands, and then at the same time she's looking at her hand, a bunch of Scytharii, a bunch of Mechadendrite arms. Still less fingers than I have.
It's just Space Marines. Think about how much they have on their fingers. Actually, since I've been studying up on Lev, how much would typically a noble from Lev would bring with him? Like 8? Like 4?
Depends on their rank, but a Grand Duke. Well, it depends on their rank and where they're going. If they are strolling out in the countryside, they'll bring a lot more than if they are going directly to someone else's castle. For going directly to someone else's castle, you would probably not bring more than a dozen retainers. Well, a dozen men-at-arms. Sorry. A lot more retainers, but that many knights. Whereas if you are riding out in the countryside, you might bring 1,200.
Yeah, could we take that number to just a bit? If we're gonna bring so many of us, just keep them all on the ship and strut around with only 8 or 12. Oh.
12 personal guard, the legate, and a tech adept. I will not budge from there.
That's perfect. That's perfect. We can go with that, and if you want to bring the rest, they can wait very patiently on the ship. And stay on the ship.
Yes, I already knew that. That is who I was referring to, yes.
I just wanted to confirm for myself.
I was in fact paying attention, and how much you wanted Casa along.
First time I've mentioned anything, but I love my Casa, so.
I was fairly certain you said you wanted Casa over here, and we wanted to link all our minds together, and I shot that down. But I assumed that just meant you wanted Casa over too.
No, I was going to sacrifice her brain to the glory of interfacing with an ancient cannon. But I will take best friend hugs instead.
Very well. 3 Jez Tails, 3 Volkites, 3 Arbicuses, 3 Calibers, a Legate, and Casa. This is so much less than what I wanted. I hate you all. I even deigned to bring 3 that wield weapons that do relatively nothing to a Space Marine.
Oh, God.
There you are, your little kill box.
There's not supposed to be any shooting here.
There comes a point where, if there's a fight, this is far too few. But the idea is not to have a fight. And if we bring too many, then we're probably going to have a fight. So.
Look at the other positive side. I know there isn't one, but just try to find one.
No, there is a positive. There's a huge positive side, guys. We get to go do a whole major event with a venerable fucking dreadnought. That's awesome.
I mean, that is pretty awesome. Fucking Eustace!
Eustace!
If this goes south and we're chased across the galaxy by Flame Falcons, I'm telling the Iron Hands on them.
And what are the Iron Hands going to do? Self-harm at them?
The Iron Hands hate every other Space Marine lead, chapter, but they really like tech adepts.
Yes, but you see, the thing is, the people the Iron Hands hate most of all, the Iron Hands.
Well, at
That
least
is
they
not
don't have the
creepy.
pain glove problem.
No, instead they just cut bits of themselves off and replace them with cybernetics that are at best equivalent.
Eloa just blinks. Yes,
Yes.
exactly what I did.
No, you improved upon the weakness of your flesh. They are, in most cases, making themselves worse.
They're space marines and their flesh is already superior.
I like my gastrobionics. Anyways.
Yes. So,
Eloa,
you can all meet Eloa with her army.
do you want to join us for meditation? I'm trying to teach Narcia how to. Oh, you brought a lot of friends. Hello.
She brought a lot less than she would have if I hadn't talked to her.
Oh,
This
I'm
is
glad.
like 20% of the original retinue.
Also, speaking of friends, hello, Castle.
Hey, Juno. This is I thought the Mother of Invention was big.
Oh,
I wish you could
Yes.
see it like I see it, Cass. It's on fire everywhere. So I can see all the way to the doors.
I mean, technically, so is the Mother of Invention right now.
Well, yes, but I can't see aboard the Mother Invention.
That is true.
Anyway, boy, you guys missed a lot. Let's do a little recap of what we've learned while you were on the other ship, because, yeah. But
Fun
Lord no.
times.
Although now that you're here, did you bring that cogitator Narcia was asking about?
Indeed.
Of course.
Yay. Well, Hughes isn't back with Eustace yet, so what do you say we go plug it into a giant cannon?
It will likely take more than an hour or two of reciting the proper canticles.
Oh.
So the sooner we get started, the better.
Yes.
I mean, they're servitors or menials, they don't matter.
Yes, so
Unless
let's
they're
all go
combat
hug a cannon.
servitors.
Yes. And even even monotask servitors pack quite a punch if they actually land it. Back in my day, they all counted as having power fists.
Holy shit. It was like, what? 5th edition?
Yes.
I remember hearing about that.
Alright. So, can make your way down to the gun deck.
Alright. It is time to do all of the really boring things that people don't like paying attention to, but thrill Eloa to no end. Specifically, reciting endless canticles and applying the lube.
Oh, let me join you in on that.
So, first, I imagine tech use, logic, and any number of forbidden knowledges I'm gonna have to throw here. I assume this is a skill challenge, correct?
You would assume incorrectly.
Oh,
There are two rolls you will make here. The first, as you have taken the time to find and bring a full-size cogitator, is a +0 tech use.
oh no. Heaven help. Not a +0 tech use. I did not roll well in this game. But I will spend a fate point to make that 5 degrees of success.
If you want it.
No, you're gonna need those fate points. This is just you playing it in. Don't waste your fate points this early. Trust me.
And second off, a +0 logic roll.
Okay. I don't have as massive bonuses to logic.
Holy shit.
But it didn't matter. I rolled a 7.
All right. Yes, you can attach the cogitator, keep its memory buffers functional, and while even it does have some noticeable slowdown, you can keep it from cascading and pass the information that it dumps. The cannon is calculating a targeting solution. It has an error message. It is attempting to transmit. It has a targeting solution. It has a targeting solution. It's attempting to dump its error data. It has a targeting solution.
It's been having that targeting solution for a millennia.
Yes. Indeed, the targeting solution, you can recognize this, where is being targeted, Eloa. Indeed, most members of the Mechanicum can. It's Mars.
I mean, there was a heresy on Mars, right? Like a bunch of Martians went with Horus.
Yep. That's why it changed from the Martian Mechanicum to the Adeptus Mechanicus.
And the Dark Mechanicus, respectively.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So has this cannon just been non-functional for 10,000 years?
After it gets that initial dump, you can see that, yes, there are just fragmentary errors in the machine spirit and more error messages about improper handling, and the machine spirit appears to have recommended the gunnery chiefs for servitorization constantly for the past 10,000 years. It seems it isn't that the manual fire caused the error, it's that the error is why they have developed the tradition of only using manual fire. The cannon has a targeting solution.
Alright. Well, first of all, I'm going to pull up all of the scrambled data errors and hit select all.
Yep.
I'm just going to hit select all.
Wait.
What?
If we don't fix this now, we can use it as leverage later.
Yeah, they should not fix something that could be used against us.
Yeah.
I just wanted to pull the dead out. It was aiming at Mars. That's good to fucking know.
However, this is an ancient and venerable machine spirit.
It's currently in the hands of possible heretics.
But it is also quite clearly in agony, and it has a targeting solution.
You are correct. It has a targeting solution. Wait, is it us?
No, it's Mars.
Does it still target Mars?
Yes.
Wow.
It can't hit Mars from here. It just has a targeting solution from where it was about to hit it.
That's what you think.
Yes, but No, you didn't let me finish, so bleh.
Then tell-
So,
okay, fire it.
no, I'm not going to fire it. Fucking lord.
You
Alright.
don't want to share Olympus Mons?
No. Stop interrupting me. Now, I'm going to clear the data errors, and then I'm going to reset the targeting configuration.
All right. You can. Now that it's dumped, it's quite easy to use. Indeed, it is almost user friendly, even.
Fascinating. Now what I'm going to do is I am going to set a new password in Technolingua and make sure that the credentials needed are Adeptus Mechanicus or Adeptus Mechanicus Magos or above, and then press Windows L.
All right. As you are setting that password, note it's drawing up targeting solutions, but not on Mars. On every major settlement on Lev.
I'm just going to cancel that. No, not yet. Your fury needs to be abated for another day.
Where is those targeting solutions coming from?
Right, Ella, when you cancel it, it's just a slight shift, and you can hear the cogs that control the gun's elevation just whine.
It is going. I will inform it that it will have new targets anon.
My God.
No, it's not a demon engine. I know exactly what's going on here because I've read the books. Actually, you know what? Eloa's read the books. I know exactly what this is. Not only is this archaeotech, but it has a specific machine spirits over a long time, especially if they're very old and venerated, will develop certain quirks and personalities. This is the extremely violent one. I forget what it's called, but yeah, you roll it on a table for archaeotech weapons.
And it has apparently spent the last 10,000 years drawing up a targeting solution.
Exactly.
It's sort of gotten into a habit.
Yeah, it very much wants to fight, and I'm telling it, no, not right now. You have to wait until after your fruits, after you eat all your vegetables. Besides, we're going somewhere else to blow something up. Don't worry, the Flame Falcons really love blowing stuff up. I know that, unfortunately, firsthand.
Targeting solution.
And besides, I can lean into my own divination towards human. I totally understand. I, too, have had my hand slapped away from Exterminatus by a certain blonde, holier-than-thou Medicae sister.
Squint.
Oh wow, that good thing you don't have to deal with her anymore.
Yeah, she died. It's fine.
She got better.
I mean, her demon has gotten better. I wasn't supposed to say that out loud.
Yeah, it's gonna be funny if I'm like, oh no, Jacques, you're a demon! It's like, yes sir, what the fuck do you want?
That would be a way to reveal
Yes,
it.
but it's fine when we do it.
That is unironically the motto of the Imperium.
Yes, actually.
Yes, actually.
Pretty much. Yeah. The cannon appears suitably chastened, and though the machine spirit is still calculating firing solutions, it isn't inputting any of them now. It's just making ready.
I totally understand. Be polite. Be pleasant. Have a plan to kill everyone you meet.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly. And always calculate your firing solutions.
And as you look it up, there is a little chirp from it, informing you that improper ammunition type detected.
I will ping an inquiry.
It doesn't like the type of shell that's been put into it.
Alright, time to go into the rear and poke around.
What kind of cannon is this?
A bombardment cannon. The primary weapons of Space Marine battle barges. They are used for planetary bombardments up to and including exterminatuses.
It's just a very slow manual type of exterminatus.
Yeah, I know what it's supposed to be, but what are they putting in here? Like, what are they actually using this thing for?
That's what I'm trying to find out.
It appears that they have put in a macro cannon shell. It appears that the macro cannon shell is the correct caliber, and indeed the correct type as of M37 for a bombardment cannon. This bombardment cannon predates M37 and may require a software update in order to get it to accept modern ammunition.
I'm gonna be here for a while. If you thought upgrading from, quote-unquote, upgrading from Windows XP was hard, try upgrading an Archaeotech bombardment cannon.
So, I admire your gumption. You lack the drivers to install.
I am going to have to fly all the friggin' way back to, whatever that world, Vindalex.
Yeah, that's fine, because we're gonna go there anyway pretty soon, so it's fine.
They
Now,
loaded
whether go in the box or not is a big question.
They've loaded the correct ammunition, but failed to give the machine spirit a software update.
It's not.
See
They've
why
had
your
access
presence
to
was
that
needed here.
thousands of years. So, how often does software update for a macro cannon?
I don't know. Last time, Merzendi, when was the last time they approved a software update for anything in the Adeptus Mechanicus? 2,000 years ago? 3,000?
I mean, so, it depends on the anything. If someone finds a more complete STC, then, they and can prove it and hold on to it and is willing to share it a bit, then they're willing to update to the then they are willing to rechristen their machine spirits with the information from that. But it's not super common for big things. And certainly the last time macro cannons of this caliber received a significant update was indeed M37. But while the machine spirit isn't happy, the gun will still function. It'll probably just have slight inaccuracy while using like the machine spirit's own firing solutions. Fix that though. And I mean, this is Archaeo tech. This is going, like, when used in a planetary bombardment role, this would probably be a macro cannon with comparable accuracy to a lance battery.
Yay!
Holy fucking shit.
That's
What's the
very
blast
impressive.
on one of those again? Like 200 squares?
It's in Rogue Trader. I'd need to look it up. It's quite big.
Okay, no need to look it up right now.
And then we get hailed by a Space Marine chapter we haven't heard of before, and then the bombardment cannon disappears, and we see in spray paint, thanks for the gift. And there's a little picture of a raven. Womp womp.
Oh, this isn't a picture of a book.
Right.
Or rando Necron just freezes us all. He
Right.
just lifts it up and carries it away.
We're all just frozen solid as Trazen just takes away the bombardment cannon.
This will go great for my collection.
Fine addition to my collection.
Fucking Trazen!
Carries off Graves.
He would actually be a fine addition to his collection.
That's true.
And probably the only one that could fix Graves.
Oh, sorry, I'm still half dying here.
It's okay. We're just talking about you, not to you.
Alright. I'm going to be right back, use our restroom again, and then oh boy, this is going to be a challenge to GM.
Yep, pretty much. I mean, clearly we should all just roll it down into a skill challenge so I don't have to have an anxiety attack. That'd be great. No,
Oh, good, I'm not the only one having that right now. It's
I
shared
had the
across all the
shivers earlier
players.
when I was talking to Hughes.
Fucking credit where credit is due. This is a very tense scene. Very.
Which is why I should have brought 3 times as many.
Look, it's a fucking Space Marines. They're just
It's
gonna kill
fine.
us if a fight breaks out.
Everything's fine.
Everything is fine. I don't know what you're talking about. Everything's great.
And then Baltus tears off his mask and reveals himself to have been one of the Primarchs the entire time. That's where the lion's been hiding.
Delightfully devilish, Rob.
Yes. Just taking a nap. Don't worry about it.
Like how they had actually one of the interesting Primarchs to use this entire time. And then they used Girly Man, and then all of a sudden made a compelling character out of him, which I thought was impossible. Who'd have thunk one? Well, then again, I suppose eventually they were going to hit the broadside of a barn.
Eventually.
I mean, they did.
like
Yeah, I think it's more the yeah, they definitely applied the quantity over quality sort of style of writing.
About as accurate as an orc.
Yeah, I mean, even what Kato Sikaris actually had a pretty good bit of personality to him. Yeah,
Or we could pretend he never exists and then get the guy from Warhammer 40k Space Marine instead. Captain Titus.
I wish.
Sorry, he's stuck in a prison forever.
That's true, but I sort of like Space Napoleon.
I'm kind of sad that the second game didn't come out because word of God was you were going to play it as him again and, unraveling a bunch of traitor stuff and blah, 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 blah. One of the most ironic things about the end of that game was the guy reported him to the Inquisition when that actually goes against the Codex Astartes, like completely. If you suspect one of your members of your chapter to be corrupted, you report it to the chaplain, not the Inquisition. So, in going, oh, you have broken the Codex, he broke the Codex by talking to the Inquisition first.
The irony.
Yeah.
You're
This
supposed to go to
video-
the chaplain first. That's literally their job.
Maybe he learned the lesson from Titus. Titus, the entire game was just like, the Codex Astartes is a bunch of guidelines. That's what made him awesome.
Hey, I mean, he literally did said it was a guide. It does not define who we are as Space Marines. And
Yeah.
like his interpretation of the Codex Astartes was exactly what Gilliman wanted it to be, and then everyone just kind of turned it into the Bible but with guns.
Yeah. Yeah.
And with that said, I guess I will join the GM in using the restroom.
That game had an amazing multiplayer mode, from what I remember.
Yeah, it was fun.
Oh, didn't they have to fix it though? Because first it didn't work.
Probably.
Like the whole you joined for 5 minutes and then you were just yeeted out of your match. I didn't have internet, so I couldn't play it.
I got into the game very late in its life cycle after all its problems were fixed.
Okay. I just never ever played multiplayer.
When I played, there were only like 50 people online. Matchmaking for it. Most of my time was spent either on the lovely Dreadnought mode or on the Horde mode, which is, by the way, fucking amazing.
Hello.
Those are the ones where you play as heretics and you kill guardsmen. Welcome back, Merz.
Hello. Did anyone else step away?
Stray.
Stray.
Alright, then I will quickly look this up out of curiosity.
In 40k ain't easy.
You know it's easy.
Okay.
Oh man, I was gonna make a joke, but the GM's back. Goodbye.
I got back before you, actually. I was just quickly looking up bombardment rules. So,
Oh no. Oh no.
just for the sake of curiosity, a bombardment cannon like that has a instant kill radius, which is to say the shell has landed so close you are just goo, of 30 meters.
Oh.
Then, within the next 20 kilometers, all individuals take 4d10 plus 15 explosive damage.
So, sorry, did you say 20 kilometers radius?
Oh, sorry. So the way a standard one works is everything within 10 square kilometers, but a bombardment cannon doubles that. So it's 20 square kilometers, which is actually smaller than that, but still.
That's
Realistically speaking, it is pretty small.
That's a lot of damage.
For small scale stuff, yes.
That's just the yeetus deletus of like a fort or something.
It's the town, yeah. It's a 10 square miles, that's quite a lot.
That's the kind of thing you want to be firing at a Titan.
Yeah, or, an entire enemy fortress or whatever. Merz, why are you putting math questions in here? Do you know who you're talking to?
Mostly myself here, to be honest. Okay. So it is a 2.5 kilometer radius.
Oh, okay. It's not actually that bad.
Yeah, that's still approximately 20 square kilometers.
Yeah, I mean, that's like, what did you say, 2.5 kilometers radius?
Look, if we look at it from a planetary annihilation standpoint, it's tiny. But if we look at it as war game standpoint, holy shit, we're all dead.
That's per shell.
Ah, yeah. There's gonna be a barrage. Well, this is not a virus bomb.
Anyway.
Yes. Now everyone is here. Apparently you didn't update the stream title.
I'm not surprised.
With Jacques here, it may as well be the Feywilds.
Yeah, exactly. It's fine. We're just talking to the Phoenix King here.
To what, sorry?
We're just talking to the Phoenix King here. It's fine.
Alright. So, who all is actually going to meet Hugh and Eustace for the Grand Conversation battle?
Oh, me.
Well, I'm busy with a cannon, so me and Eloa are out of it.
I assume I have to be there in case things go wrong.
No.
Me and
I
all
have a
of my
dreadnought.
fully
I'm
armed
fine.
and opera. Did you? Are we bringing the dreadnought?
Yes.
Oh.
I'm going to go talk to this guy riding on a dreadnought shoulders, and nobody can stop me, including the dreadnought.
Yes, you are not necessarily busy with the cannon this entire time. There is a lot that Eloa just can't do to fix it at the moment, so plus it's on you when you go to meet them. You could just wait until she's done if you want to bring her.
Yeah.
There's no necessary reason to or not to bring anybody. Just, do you want to be responsible for some small part of how this plays out and we all die or not?
Sure, why not? Besides, you're blind. You're probably gonna list one more person. One more person there, just to admire the architecture for you. An important role.
Okay. So, me and Narcia, does anyone else want to come? Okay. Me and Narcia.
So
I'll come.
representing the Adeptus Mechanicus and I can't control the fire teams, but that's fine.
They'll just follow you if you want them to.
But the representative of the Mechanicus shall be there in all of our best quality glory.
So, you want to come too? Okay.
I think just the entire party should be there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So let's just do that then. If at this point everyone might as well come.
I will move the Scutarii in preemptively to positions of honor to that's
Move me with them, I suppose.
No. Yes. Is Graves coming?
I mean, at this
Yes.
point, we might as well. I mean,
Yeah, like, might as well.
we're going in full paranoia mode, so... Oh, Jesus Christ, that's... Hello, Dreadnought. Bobby Eustace.
Yes. You get there. It's Eustace with a number of falconers just providing honor guard for him and you. They fall back a bit to let you join the front of the column. And yes, Eustace is burning brightly. His flame is visible now, even through his sarcophagus.
Oh god, how much more bright than usual is he?
Quite a bit.
He's angry.
Maybe, maybe not.
Maybe he's just happy. Maybe he is basking in the flames of the giant ship full of psyker energy. Who knows? The ship is a demon.
I mean, that would not be beyond the realm of possibility.
At this point, no.
Yes. His servos whir, and he lowers himself like a couple of inches towards your level, your tiny, tiny level.
Greetings and salutations, honorable one. Venerable ones, what am I meant to say? Fuck. My mind is just boiling.
Hail. I have heard of your plight, but you have made good work.
I only hope we can finish what we started. But I'm very glad to have you at our side, Venerable One. Pat, pat.
And it pleases me to be at yours. Together, we shall right all the wrongs that have been committed here. We shall bring all of my brothers back to the golden path of the Fire Lord.
His will be done.
It's been too long.
Well, note that the Falcons following you in escort, a couple of them shift uncomfortably at Eustace's speech.
You can throw scrutiny at this. Are they expecting a firefight to break out with the chapter master? Probably not. It's just taken aback by his radiance. I'm also taken aback by his glorious golden radiance.
Narcia, you will get no more than the obvious. They are concerned. Juno, yeah. It's a whole, it's a bit of a blow to morale to have the oldest of you imply that you have
Strayed.
Baltus, they're just waiting for a signal to shoot you. Yes, Juno, bit of a blow to morale and Ceiko as well, to have the oldest of you just imply that you are walking the bounds of heresy. They do not seem particularly happy with him saying that, but also do not have the confidence to refute.
Do they perhaps feel like something he said rung true? Or are they just grumpy?
They certainly do not seem... They do not all seem to be in agreement with what he has said. Or not quite thinking he is saying he is lying, but that he's wrong.
Okay. Rip Snippy.
He is dead.
He's dead, Jim. No, wait, Jim's the one who died. He boltered himself.
Yes, I guess I'm catching my breath.
Alright. The door is open. It Hugh leads everyone in. You Skitarii fan off to each side, standing in parade formations. It's with all Mechanicum formations. They are dual purpose to be combat efficient. Jacques is the intervening time where you've taken his throne, rises as you all enter. I guess I'll just move a lot of you up loosely. And your escort stop at the doors. You can feel them just closing behind you.
Is it just me or does Shocks look a little bit different than the last time we've seen him?
Just
No.
you, I think.
Just me, because I don't think I was paying attention.
I don't know, he looks the
this
same.
type of looking.
I saw there's a tail pin.
Yeah, certainly they shouldn't look different. If they do, then I'm confused too.
Tiplin looks the same. But Jocks, I thought, had the same token as Tiplin. Just
No.
Okay.
It has always been just a flaming suit of armor.
Mhm. Yes. You step to the side, like Eustace come up to the forefront, and now I play the game of trying to quickly remember to swap voices.
Oh god.
Venerable Castellan, I see our Ecclesiarch has invited you to join us. Be welcome, old friend.
Grandmaster, I thank you, but I do not come as your friend. I come as your brother and elder. We seek answers, Jacques. Answers to questions and perhaps even crimes.
Venerable one, do not dishonor yourself by baseless accusation. Be still, First Lancer. I know the ancient well enough that he will not do that. I know, brother, you have been unsatisfied with some of my decisions, but explain yourself.
Rather than Eustace answering, it is Hugh.
Grandmaster, our allies have found troubling things. They have reason to suspect that you have engaged in foul sorcery upon our thralls and helots. That you have misled the minds of the people of this world. And they fear what you might have become since shedding your flesh. I see. Well, such... I see and understand why they would bring you in on such worries, both of you. Let them come, let them present themselves. Let us hear this evidence they have uncovered. I'm happy to put their misunderstandings to rest.
Well, do you want me to go, Juno?
Please, Narcia, you have a more technical understanding of what has transpired than I.
Perfect. So, first, let's start with the obvious. You seem to have the ability to alter the way a lot of mortals think, which for menials and serfs is fine. But what gave me pause is that even the nobility upon this world seemed to be tampered with. Now, I understand why you would do this. You didn't have a lot of time on this planet, and you needed to establish your control as soon as possible in case the rest of the Imperium turned hostile. But that speaks poorly of, well, your management abilities. This is certainly not the vision. Give me a second here, Merz. I had the name written down somewhere. What's the name of the previous? There we go. This was not the vision that Halberd would have for his chapter, surely. You're supposed to inspire the populace, not force them into servitude. And then, of course, there are the other issues. Well, mindfuckery inside.
Let us begin with that, Narcia. I tell you that it is true. I have exerted my will upon the Duchess Moira. And I will tell you why. The nobles of this world had already begun to rankle against the Imperium. The Duchess in the north, Alexandra, and her sons, they plotted a quiet rebellion. They trafficked the Xeno, one that you found, but you did not find the extent of its web. You did not discover how it came to be in their city. It was invited by their prince. For that, his son had to die, she had to be educated, and she did not survive it, to my regret. I could not risk this world's other leader, its other native lord, to fall the same way. So yes, I influenced her. I gave her an illusion that was both carrot and stick. A sister that is not, but who holds a position of high honor amongst us, and is with us, such that if she ever rose, we would have a hostage and a replacement ready. The only regret I have of that is that I had to use trickery rather than her sharing blood with another. I would not change anything save doing it in fact and not in her own mind.
Well. This is something that should have been brought to our attention earlier. This is our job. We are supposed to be hunting down these vile alien collaborators.
But you were not here when the time to deal with it came, and we took care of it in our own way.
That's admirable in its own way, I suppose.
You took care of it by altering the mind of this planet's sole remaining ruler. A woman who is carrying the child, gentle gesture behind her, of one of our friends. You did not think to tell us that you had done this. You did not think to explain yourself then, before we saw. We had to investigate ourselves. I think you know yourself that what you'd done was not honorable, Jacques.
Not honorable, but necessary, and not in that is its own honor. No, I did not tell you. It is not a matter worthy of concern for you. She is still herself. She simply has happier memories. And a sense of honor, and a sense of being rewarded.
You can't honestly tell us that you believe that it is beneath our notice that the mind of a woman carrying Baltus's child was altered.
Then perhaps he should not have bedded one services are so required.
That's precisely why it was a good idea, too. We had secured this planet. Perhaps there was a trace of Tau left in this world, and one prince. But more was to lead the people that you now will condemn to a death of bloodline out to fight for the Imperium. She was to lead our guard regiments from this planet. That baby was loyalty incarnate.
Children change a mortal's perspective. Well, perhaps it was unnecessary, but it was nonetheless the best option at the time.
Perhaps. And out of character. Hughes did agree with us that, like, castrating / killing, like, 60% of the population was a bad thing, right? I remember there was something of Jacques he was on board with, but I don't think it was that.
He was on board with the collaring, and specifically, like, he did not see why the Mechanicus being collared was a problem. Yes, he very much did not agree with Operation Genocide.
Right. So, then do you still
Present
think...
him.
Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry, you go ahead.
No, you please.
Because that is one thing, and I can understand why he did it. If I had powers he possesses, I would have probably done the same. Especially if they were Xeno collaborators. But then there is the other problem. The allocation of manpower upon this planet. We have come upon the plans for the, well, for lack of a better word, the little eugenics program you guys are trying to throw together. Well, it is admirable in its the idea. I don't think it would quite work that well. Most of these people that you are throwing away in the camps can still serve either in the Munitorum or in large-scale agricultural projects.
And they will serve.
And then they will end.
And they will be replaced by those who may serve in even greater fashions.
Well, the Imperium has tried projects of this caliber before, and they never work. You need to have the good and the bad. It's just that the good people that get out of the eugenics program tend to have a better standard of living than the lesser ones. But the lesser ones are still necessary. They can be used, as I gesture to the Scythia to the left of me, parts to fuel the great machines needed to conduct operations upon a grander scale.
And there will still be the numbers to do such. We are removing the lowest end of a genetic mix does not mean that there will be less.
It is not the lowest end of the genetic mix, though. Just those that are not compatible with you. You're condemning millions of bloodlines to an end. Just because they're slightly different. These are still men and women who can continue to repopulate the Imperium. That can provide future Sky Knights for your service. That can grow food. That can go to other worlds even. If you cannot tolerate them here, then surely you can see that they would be useful elsewhere. A world not far from here at all. Schindelgeist just had its moon cracked. Billions died. They could use those people. They could use new blood to replace that which was lost and continue replacing it. But you would have that wasted, and cruelly too.
To send their rotten apples to them. It would be better to just exterminate them all now.
They are not rotten.
Rather than condemn another world to suffer. Being furious.
These are not people that have suffered mutations. They are just those who aren't of your gene stock. They have every right to life as much as any citizen of the Imperium. They have done nothing wrong.
On our home world and not share our gene line. They must be mutants, or descendants of mutants.
They are not. That's simply how reproduction works. I could give you a lecture. I'm a damn doctor. Genes select themselves over generations. Some that aren't found to be useful on a planet simply die out. Others that are more useful become more widespread because those people reproduce more. That's how it works.
So what you're saying is the more people, the more chances there are of the preferable gene stock coming back into play.
True, indeed.
But it is already in play.
We are not suggesting that you not incentivize those who are compatible with you to reproduce. Of course you should, but to condemn so many is downright monstrous. Especially
Not
when
to say wasteful.
It is wasteful too, yes. If not here, then they could serve elsewhere in the Imperium. But even here, their genes, the Flame Falcon's genes, can still be made to resurface, and in better numbers than you're expecting. You have gene therapies for that. With the rest of the Imperium's help, you could increase the number of potential candidates even further than you expected.
If there is another world that would take them, they can be given into your care to be done with, but there is no purpose in having them here. Yes. This is not the first time that we have selectively bred mortals. We know how to do it suitably efficiently, but now that we are here to linger, we shall need the living space for them. We shall need to empty in a generation or two, empty the land of those whose genes are not suitable, so that they can be replaced, so that the entire population can once more be produce suitable aspirants. I had not heard of the trauma of Schindelgeist when I initiated his plan, so if they seek new lives, they may have them. But it is upon you to organize such an effort.
Of course. Or indeed even Vindalex, the planet to which we hope to appeal to the Mechanicus. Or just last year atomicing themselves. They too are lacking for fresh blood. The whole Imperium has suffered greatly these last years. People of Leth, if they cannot stay here, and must, as you once were, be sent to exile, can find homes elsewhere with open arms. Yeah, but not on fucking Shinogeist and Vindalex. Well, maybe on Shinogeist, but that's just because their food got wiped out. We'll fix that later.
Point of clarification, probably not a good idea to send it in Vindalex, just saying.
I mean, Vindalex sucks. I'd rather send them to Shinogeist, but still, like, there are places for them to go, is what I'm saying.
Yes, so, straight up, what Jacques' original plan was...
Merzendi, you still have the thing on.
Thank you. What Jacques' original plan was? Far kinder than what would await them on Jindelgeist.
I know.
Vindalex, even. Vindalex.
It's not about kindness.
Don't send them to Vindalex. It's worse than what would happen to me here.
Yeah, no. There's not plan A, but the point is that there are many places where they could go. Oh my god, Tasha, shut up.
Just ship them out as Imperial Guard soldiers. It's fine.
Yeah, exactly. There are loads of things we can do with these people if they can't stay here. Although Juno is kind of trying to like twist the knife a little bit with the exile comment. And then I realize that you can't be a dick here, Jocks. Okay, so not Vindalex.
Okay. Then there is the other matter, a rather uncomfortable one. How have you managed to traverse the warp? The psychers tend to explode when they're in your general vicinity.
How is it that your sister, little Juno, sees? It is the gifts of our grandfather.
Indeed, and those gifts...
Those gifts are truly unique to you. There are... In most cases, it takes a whole cadres of specialists, navigators, and astropaths to do what you do alone. Or, I should not say alone, those collars menials wear. They're part of it, aren't they?
So many human souls shackled.
Your own little choir.
Hmm?
This is a very, very interesting way, though, to do it. One that I've never heard of, seen of before in my entire life. As short as it might be.
There are focal points about which I can wrap myself, and in doing so, protect them with the same gift that grandfather gives us protection against the Maleficarum.
Also explain the unnatural lifespan.
Yes, it doesn't just protect them, does it? When we turned on the Giller field on the Mother of Invention, we saw your influence end, but the servants aren't wreathed in flames constantly. Those collars are a conduit, not warding.
Yes, a conduit through which I can reach them.
Juno's just going to incline her head slightly, like, really?
You can roll scrutiny if you want.
Oh, yes. Like, I haven't been shit at scrutinizing this entire session, but come on.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, for this one, I'm gonna use a fate. Jesus. There's obviously more to this.
Alright.
Okay, I immediately regret this. But you know what? It's one more degree than before.
Yes, just about. Neither of you detect any deception. If there is something more to this, either Jacques is a very good liar, or he isn't aware of it.
How did you even learn how to make this? The colors, I mean.
It is simply a gift.
And he just brings his palms together and then opens them. And in the space between his hands, there is a coil of just glowing red metal.
Okay. I'd like to roll something on that.
You can probably see it with your eyes.
Oh, yeah, that's a good point, actually. Just fucking look at this thing, first of all. What the fuck is this? Is it just the same as any of the other colors?
Yep.
Okay, well, so back during the downtime, I mentioned Juno's getting a bunch of Thorian-ist books here, and obviously she's done a little Imperial demoning herself. I'm not really familiar with any stories of Imperial Saints just being able to conjure shit like that. That's fucking weird. Can I throw, I don't know, FL Creed
Forbidden
at
Lore
it?
Warp?
I was going to say Creed because this is specifically like Imperial miracles I'm looking for. Obviously, Warp Sorcery can do that. And I want to cross-reference this with other miracle users.
Sure. Just having Creed trained is sufficient. Yes, spontaneous generation and effectively conjuration is something some saints have manifested. For instance, the Saint Sabat, she. This is now a spoiler for Gaunt's Ghosts. She manifests in someone. Where some saints manifest themselves wholly physically, she possesses someone for her manifestations. At some time after possession, she brings her war gear into being, even if, just seemingly out of nowhere.
But it's just her war gear, right? She's not fucking mass-producing equipment for the Imperium.
Indeed.
Okay. All right. So I guess it's Juno's. I don't want to push that point. I don't know. Let's think for a second here. When we were looking at the collars, I guess when we're looking at it now, since there's a convenient example. When we say conduit, that's a two-way street, right? At least, if not just going out of these guys. Like we're not totally off base and assuming that he's able to kind of use the menials as his little personal choir of souls here.
Yep, that's just pretty much it. He is openly admitting to that, but he's justifying it with, yes,
no,
I can
he's
do
not
this.
admitting it. He's saying that he's only using these collars to protect the menials.
Oh,
Yeah. So, yes, a conduit. It's probably two-way. What he is claiming, just to make this explicit for Snippy, is like he is claiming he is going into the conduit. Like the power is going from him to them, and like it's because of the collars being a prepared conduit that he can do it to so many people across such a distance.
and each one of the connections he establishes strengthens him in some way.
That's an assumption you're making. That's
Yes.
not what he's saying.
I know that's an assumption I'm making. He would never say that, because that would be bad for him.
You know, there's something that just occurred to me, something you should have probably asked the menials about. How it feels for them when they go into the warp.
I imagine it's quite toasty.
Yeah, that would have been nice.
Bit late now, though.
Bit late.
I suppose I could just ask Hughes here, but... Alright, anyway.
What happens when the connection is severed? Can it even be severed?
Is that in character or out?
In character.
Okay.
When the conduit is removed, the protections I have placed upon them fade. I cannot reinstate them. Gifts cease, and it is as simple as that.
I believe that's true, but setting aside that no other what we call an Imperial Saint can mass produce items, a few can conjure their own war gear or flaming swords. I've done the latter myself. Those colors are two-way streets, though, you realize. You're not just pouring power into them. Even if you aren't doing it actively, you're drawing something out of them. That's why It's likely why the other astropaths, when we entered this region of space, nearly perished. It was not just the warp's influence, it's yours. This distortion of reality. This incredible power you tapped from your menials. Diffusing their souls is kindling.
Hands come together, the collar snapping back out of reality. He steeples his fingers.
Is that so?
That is what all evidence indicates. I don't know if it was when you became unfleshed beneath that armor, but at some point you've gained the ability to shape space, to influence it far beyond just the interior of this vessel. That's why the Mother of Invention is currently going up like a bonfire, so bright that even I can see it from outside. That's because its Geller field is active. It's repulsing your power. It's creating a bubble of normal reality in there. It's a power no normal psychic should be able to manifest, but it could be possible by using so many souls together. It is, in a sense, as if you've created your own astropathic choir. You're using these people to fuel your own psychic abilities.
And before I hear the argument, it's just the power of this planet. We have visited this planet on several occasions before. There were no such psychic presence as here.
And we could feel your presence far beyond this planet, too.
Yes.
Even from the depths of the warp, it was on fire. A raging inferno that licked at our shields at every moment, threatening to overwhelm us. Did overwhelm our psychers. Nearly put me in the hospital.
Zacchaeus, you, in your current state, I don't know whether it's by chance or whether it was calculated on your part. You are probably as strong as a Primarch is, psychically. And that is not something that just naturally occurs in humanity. There had been more records of it. The only entities in the Imperium that can gain such power are saints. But saints are not bound into the material world. They can never stay into the material world, not for more than a couple of hours, maybe days at most. Well, you have managed to find a way to harbor yourself, to anchor yourself into reality, despite the fact that the material space seems to be rebelling against it. Hence all the fire.
Truly, a saint cannot linger in the materium.
Not for as long as you have.
Yes.
Best we have it.
Juno's gonna step forward and say, I don't have powers like you, Jacques. The Emperor brought me back to life for one brief, glorious moment, to duel a Marine who had fallen in the Heresy. When that moment passed, he snapped that power back out of me. That moment, that snap, that taking away, burned out my eyes forever. Even if I wanted cybernetics, I couldn't use them. My brain is fried. You keep a power 1,000 times, 10,000 times greater than when the Emperor was flowing through me directly. You house it within yourself. That power can't linger without price. It's simply not possible.
He's gonna be staying quiet for a bit here.
I personally admire all you've done, but even I can see it's not natural.
If it truly is the Emperor's power flowing through you, then you are the most remarkable man the Imperium has seen in 10,000 years. But that power comes at a cost. It's a load being borne by everyone and everything in the system right now. Reality itself is bending around you, burning away. Its collars are the only thing keeping everything from going to ashes. Perhaps they're what's keeping you bound here, restrained. Honestly don't know which.
Collars certainly play part of it. We're supposed to be Xenos hunters. This is really outside of area of expertise.
It is an intriguing theory. Perhaps one that might even be true. There is sense enough in what you say. But since, Grandmaster, may all but accuse you of witchcraft. I have held my tongue long enough. Do not listen to their lies.
Tilpin just seems to be struggling for
Just could
words.
take a step forward and say, Lord Tilpin, we do not come here to lie or to disparage your chapter master. We don't come here hoping to harm your chapter from within. The rest of the Imperium will soon look upon all of you, upon Jacques. They will see what he is, and they will be afraid. We come here to try and protect you from what's going to happen. If we don't come to the bottom of this and find out what's truly going on and why. If Jacques is a man second only to the second coming of the Emperor, or if he is some witch of unimaginable power, both sides of that coin will have repercussions that will be felt not only by this chapter, but the whole of the Gothic sector. We came here to try and stop a war. I do not want to see the Flame Falcons hurt by our presence. I don't want to see Jacques hurt by our presence. I just want the truth. That is what Inquisition is truly meant to do. Find out what's really going on and keep the Emperor's work safe.
And what good will your truth do you? No. Even if you find it out, who will listen?
Right now there's a conclave of Inquisitors going on Port Maw. At great risk to himself, our Inquisitor, Steinrave, is pleading your case. Oh, it seems the information he has is just a fraction of what's truly going on. Still, there are many in the Inquisition that would gleefully try and murder him, and likely are trying right now, save for a member of the Death Watch protecting him. It is our hope that if we can bring the truth to them, show them that it is not witchcraft, that it is the Emperor's light that burns within you, that they will come to realize that you are a chapter of saints, not sinners, that you could stand proudly at the forefront of this Imperium, that you need never fear being banished again. That is what I hope the truth will accomplish. I hope it brings hope, not just for you, but for the Gothic sector that you could be protecting. The countless lives you can save, that you've been saving if your menials tell true.
We could have been saving this sector for 5,000 years if the Inquisition cared about the truth.
I agree. That is why we are here to rectify the sins of the past, to stop that same mistake from happening again.
Also, another thing that I would like to add here is that, indeed, in case the truth is not good enough for the Inquisition, that's why we were willing to get you in contact with the Mechanicus. The Mechanicus does not care about the machinations or the internal politics of the Inquisition. You could always serve them and help the Imperium without pesky inquisitors getting in your way, but for that to happen, we need to clear some things up. If you had leverage over the Mechanicus, then the inquisitors would be a little bit more hesitant to make their move.
And here Hugh will lean forward and retrieve the little black book that I believe you left it with him.
Yes, I did leave it with him.
Yes.
Remember, Jacques, it was written long ago that we would return. That the Imperium would be ready for us. Yeah, our grandfather, the Fire Lord, he shall welcome us as the saviors of man. And here,
He steps forward so he can reach past Eustace to gesture at Juno.
one touched by him welcomes us. I despise prophecy. Truly, too much in metaphor. Either you cannot understand it, so it is meaningless, or you understand it so well that you are trapped by it. Well played there, Jacques.
I would not be alive right now if it weren't for prophecy. Before we landed here, our inquisitors, the Ceiko, told me to beware the cold hand of mercy. I kept that in mind when I boarded this ship. You put your hands of cold fire on my head and meant to kill me. I would not have thought to duck away from you then, had he not spoken. The Emperor speaks through prophecy. It is by that he communicates with us from his throne.
Well,
Jacques, brother, I sense your resolve. Do not be fearful of it.
Who he
Bob died.
Fuck.
Did he say he had to go to bed already?
Crashed, and then he realized he had to go to bed.
Oh, it's my computer crashed. Oh my god, it's 10:30.
Well,
Bye, Bob.
right, where was I?
You know what you must do, Jacques. Embrace it. Let it all be brought to light. Let us.
Fucking planes.
The fucking plane does a low flyby.
Chan just wanted to lend used to some gravitas.
Right, there we are. It's gone by far enough.
Let us put all of this behind us and let us go as a brotherhood reforged back to war.
Very well.
He sinks back into the throne.
How is it that you propose to find this truth? The nature of what I am.
Out of character. Just for a second. Balti. Oh, fucking Balti's gone. God damn it. There goes our Psyker. And Warp Specialist.
No, he's back. He's right there. Look at him. Hi, Bob.
Muted though.
Oh, Bob, this is gonna
It's
be.
because he was overtaken by the names I chose for his children.
Don't you hear me?
Yeah.
Fuck.
Oh.
Crinkle, crinkle.
Anyway. Having Balti examine him, like, thoroughly is an option, but the reality is we need to kind of take... I think we need to take this guy, like, the actual Inquisition and have him just... have people who know what the fuck they're doing look at him, because we don't.
Well, we have to begin the investigation where it first happened, really. That's how all investigations start. You have to go back to the beginning. Which means we're going to get we're going to have to... Well, whenever they started catching on fire, and whenever Jacques caught completely on fire.
Yeah.
And now we're going to be once again polishing our Ordo Malleus what's it called when you're in college and you take a minor and you get a degree in it? Fuck, I forget.
Bachelor?
It's a specific thing. Anyways, yes, our minor in demon hunting.
I have a bachelor degree in demon hunting.
No, not even that. We got Boy Scout badges in demon hunting.
Yeah, I was gonna
Are
say,
you
boy,
sure
I hope Jocks doesn't turn out to be a
hunting
demon.
than Malleus goons have?
I mean, it's very clearly that he's toes the line with like, you know, because if he was evil, then, you know, this conversation would have lasted this long.
No, he would have killed us a long time ago.
This would be too long of a dance even for Zinch. The only people that these could be is maybe it turns out that they all take off their helmets and then in one voice say, "I am Alfarian."
This guy genuinely believes in what he's doing, but he died a long time ago. He's only continuing on as an Imperial demon because he has willingly chosen to anchor himself to reality to continue his work because he's just too afraid of crossing over.
The chapter master is an Imperial saint, and now we have to figure out where all of this started to track down the source. That's
He's
just
afraid
how it
of
works.
death.
Space Marines aren't afraid of anything. It's anyways.
Yeah, no, I don't think he knows what he's doing. If you're correct,
I think that he just got brought back. You know, it could very well be that the Emperor shifted his corpsey ass and let out a long fart that had been brewing with his gastrointestinals rotting away, and then Jacques accidentally became an immortal fire person. That incredibly likely, but we still have to figure out where everything started. So now we're gonna launch into a new investigation. Because if we hand over to the regular Inquisitors proper, they're just going to go, oh, nope, super heresy, and then start banging gavels and then shooting.
That is true. That is what
So-
we usually do.
Do we know of anybody who specializes in this sort of stuff other than just finding some really fucking cool Thorians out there?
Well, I mean, if you remember, Mercury and Mayoral's cover for being Ordo Sicarius was that they were Ordo Malleus. And they're pretty cool.
I really just wanted to shoot an alien in the face.
We haven't seen any like actual psychers out of them though.
Yeah, but if they're actually Ordo Malleus and
And they're
stuff
not.
like that, they have they're orders, but they probably have access to information that we don't, because we were given the big book of aliens, not the big book of random workfuckery.
It turns out that taking Mayor on this op would have actually been hugely beneficial to us, assuming he didn't just arbitrarily dick us over for the lulz.
Well,
Mayor would be fucking. He would have such a massive boner over this.
Oh yeah, 1000%. Turbo into this. Okay, so we want to get a specialist to look at this motherfucker, and we need to trace back through the history of what happened to him, and potentially go to those places and see what warp shenanigans took place.
Hang on, I might have a suggestion. I just need to look up what it's called.
Okay.
What's it called? Yeah, reinforcement characters. Do we have any? Are there any reinforcement characters that wouldn't know what to do? No, we're not getting a demon host.
Knight.
Huh?
You can get a Grey Knight Terminator as a reinforcement character.
We can just turn around and say we can just turn around to the Grey Knights that are hunting us, but money.
I mean, less but money and more like straining all of our contacts to find someone who knows how to contact the Grey Knights, which is to say probably Mayor, and rattling one up who isn't going to kill us immediately.
Yes, actually. A Grey Knight. They started this mess, they might as well help us finish it.
I mean, the whole reason they want to kill you is to try to cover this whole thing up. If you can provide them a compelling alternative, like you've managed for Jacques, hey, everyone's a winner.
Yes.
Okay, so my big brain brilliant idea worked, kind of.
We want this to
get
be
a Grey
covered
Knight,
up.
but let's also think of a good story that's actually true to tell them. As in, i.e., please don't kill us. We actually like these guys. We don't care if you cover it up, but we're actually trying to help here.
Yeah.
We are trying to help these people. These are Space Marines. We are not in a position where we can just go around willy-nilly doing more stupid fucking infighting, and we're Inquisitors, we know what the fuck operational security is.
Alright. So, then I will speak up that suggestion in Technolingua to Narcia.
Sage nod of agreement.
That way, if there's any roles to be done, I don't have to do the fellowship parts. Unless, of course, you want a 1% chance of me succeeding.
No.
So, suggestion from the peanut gallery back here.
The most important thing for me right now, as Narcia, is to just prevent more infighting amongst Imperial forces. Yes, the fucking Grey Knights want to cover this up. Yes, the Inquisitors want to cover up their fuck up because if these guys get reinstated, they have to admit to themselves being wrong. But maybe, just fucking maybe, we can put the past behind us for fucking once and focus on all the tower running around this fucking sector. We certainly don't want any trouble either with fucking Grey Knights or with the Falcons. We want this whole thing to be covered up and amends to be made as much as they do.
So yeah, I guess we're just gonna say that to Jacques that we need to get a specialist in warp shenanigans to look at him. We need to go through everything that's happened to him along this path to sainthood. Just have a detailed, honest breakdown of everything that's happened, like where his powers manifested and how. And we need to be able to conduct an open investigation into these collars especially, but also really the ship as a whole, because it's... oh yeah, that's right, actually. I know exactly the perfect guy for this. I just call Frank.
No. No.
Buddy!
No.
My creepy ex is going to help us out for once. It's going to be great.
I mean, look, just gaslight him into getting him to be an Inquisitor again. He's really good at it.
Look,
No.
I think that's a fantastic idea, in and out of character, but I don't know how to do it, and I'm terrified of fucking it up.
Last time we got him to play Inquisitor, we blew up a moon.
Yes, we blew up a moon. He didn't blow up a moon.
Exactly. Who knows what we'll do next time he gets to play Inquisitor?
Have a phone call with us?
No!
That's the thing. Like, he didn't do anything other than take out a temple. Everything else had been set up ahead of time. It's having too much fun.
So, I messaged my idea to Narcia. Let's go buy a Grey Knight. And then do a bunch of high fives.
Merz, it is entirely possible for us to get in contact with them and just beg real hard to not kill us or them now that we're in this position.
Yes, it would be. It'll take some time, but it's doable. And yes, you have convinced Jacques to get on board with this whole idea. And in fact, he seems very happy with the fact that your idea of how to do this is just call the Grey Knight.
Yes.
Outstanding.
They get along with Grey Knights, right?
They get along with Grey Knights.
Not only do they
Hopefully
get
the Grey Knight
along
will be
well with Grey
unbiased.
Knights, but if the Grey Knight is also a Thorian, we can potentially expand our contacts and make sure that they no longer want to kill us.
Yeah, actually, that's a good idea. In addition to a Grey Knight, I should probably try and track down like a specialist on miracles. In fact, I think I bought a Canonus as part of my shenanigans back on Port Maw.
I'm not sure it'd be the brightest idea to bring a Sister of Battle into this.
No.
You're the only reasonable one.
Yes.
I mean, okay, fair enough. But like somebody who actually has dealt with Imperial Saints before, like whether that's a Sororitas or like a high-ranking priest of the church.
I would just recommend finding a Thorian Inquisitor.
Sure, finding a Thorian Inquisitor. We'll bounce a message to Reeve and have him recommend one of his friends to come out here and actually investigate what's going on himself, since he's at the fucking conclave. Papa Reeve can go pay that cost and deal with that shit.
Yes.
All right.
It really is a shame we didn't have Mayor with us.
On one hand, yes. On the other hand, he would find some way to twist us around to his advantage and fuck us over. Or not even necessarily fuck us over, just get the fucking Flame Falcons to serve him. And there's really probably not be much we could do about it other than wave Eustace at him.
I mean, if we almost killed him once. By we, I mean Graves.
I mean, yes, I am sure if the thing we could do about it is wave Graves and Eustace together at him and hope he dies.
Oh, why would we do that? We're all friends now.
Exactly.
Surprisingly. We're very good at making friends.
And that's why I didn't put him in this position where his, base nature would overcome his better angels.
Space nature.
Because
Be
I don't
You're
want
the
to.
fucking animal. The heretic overcoming his base nature.
Look, he's just like a little baby heretic, okay? It's low-grade heresy compared to the shit we're fucking dealing with over here in the Order of Xenos.
Oh my fucking god, this is amazing. I'm having way too much fun.
So yeah, Grey Knight, Thorin Inquisitor, and then we do a proper investigate into what the fuck's been going on historically here. Since aside from maybe Balti, all of us are too retarded to actually do a scientific analysis of psionic phenomenon. And Balti does not have the best track record necessarily for that.
God, how expensive is this going to be?
So, a Grey Knight. Who here has influence above 65?
Ooh.
Hello?
Because, that's their minimum cost, and you have Peer Inquisition. Well, sorry. That's the minimum influence in order to buy them at all, is 65. And you have Peer Inquisition, yeah?
I do.
Duh.
So it'll cost you 14 for the singular Grey Knight. But that's a generic Terminator, and for this you probably don't want a generic Terminator, do you?
We're gonna want a chaplain.
Unfortunately, yes. We need a chaplain.
Yeah, we're looking at least 20.
Can we split the cost?
So long as everyone who chips in has influence above 65.
I have 76 and I'm willing to chip in.
I think the only other one who has 65 or above is me.
There's just 3 of us.
Yep.
Alright. I will work out how much.
1 second.
There's
There's someone else who has a shitload of influence, actually.
Well, in any case,
Fucking Casa.
I'll work out how much it will actually cost in total over the week. And yeah, I guess write up Jacques de Phlegathon's full backstory.
Yeah.
I can also move him and Tilpin from the foes pile to allies.
Yay, we did it.
Remember, fucking Savin, you said a while back, in the grim darkness of the 41st millennium, there is only friendship. Oh wait, you didn't say that. But
I'm pretty sure I did actually say that. It's fine.
How dare you use friendship to deny me violence?
And
Look.
hey, look, I helped in the
Merz?
very end.
Merz, just for shits and giggles, for the sake of DCL, what would happen if this broke out into a fight?
I die instantly.
Bad things.
Because this Terminator is going to charge me.
Please,
Jocks.
show me. More specifically, show Emily. Not me, please, not me.
Sure, I'll just press this as if Jacques had charged someone.
Right. You can parry that, right?
Yes, actually.
Parry it. Parry it right now.
That's a lot of damage.
Yes. Welcome to Four Swords.
I want to see how many carry
In
this.
the
Right
hands
now.
of Space Marines.
In the hands of a Space Marine Imperial Saint. Look at those bonuses. Fucking 8 his psi rating, Jesus Christ.
Oh,
See, I
no,
watch it.
no, it's happening! Kick its ass!
Yeah, we aren't going to actually do this on account of it
It is 11
being
o'clock.
silly and slow.
Oh.
However, since it's going to take some time for Grey Knight Chan and Inquisitor Chan to get here, instead of us like sitting with our thumbs up our asses immediately, we could organize a duel between, say, Amelie and Tilpin, and also we have a wedding to do in the next 2 days.
And some Mechanicum ships to go and liberate.
That's true, actually. That's right. We actually get to go on an adventure while waiting for shit to happen. Oh, that's fantastic.
Yay!
Fucking Merz, these last few sessions were incredibly fucking tense. Because at any point, these guys could just murder us.
I was butt clenching on the side, and I was like, man, there is nothing I can do that wouldn't make this work. I'm glad I was able to help in the very end. By suggesting one thing. I helped. Also, I pressed buttons for you guys. Maybe I should give them... Maybe I should give...
Just sat here and shivered and clenched my ass cheeks for 4 hours. It's fine.
Maybe now that they're friends, we can solidify the friendship by maybe telling them that I fixed their cannon for them.
Say what you always wish for violence. You don't have to fear its eventual coming.
I fear violence's eventual coming only because the 40k combat is incredibly slow and boring. Theoretically, it's cool. In practice,
I want you to name me a system that you think has actual fast combat on Roll20.
Fate Accelerated.
We play Fate Accelerated.
I play it every chance I get.
Huh. Alright, I kind of want to play Fate Accelerated as well.
Me too.
Oh, I remember playing that. It was the one in the nightclub, right?
Yeah. I played a Cyber Cat Girl.
I played the
Anyway.
Yeah.
Shall we do XP?
Yes.
Ooh, yes.
Did you explore a new and interesting location?
Does the fucking weapons deck of this thing with the majestic Archaeotech cannon count? Because I know it's still part of the ship we've been on, but it's fucking cool.
Oh my god.
Yes, it has like an Archaeotech cannon on.
Hell yeah.
I mean, it's not strictly new, it's Archaeo, but it is interesting.
It is basically the opposite of new, it's true.
Right. Did you uncover a new truth about the Gothic sector?
Fucking Jackie boy here is just a fire and a suit of armor. I feel like that's important.
It was locked on Mars, but never fired.
That's true.
It entered a Boolean loop while forming up the targeting solution. They may have fired it manually.
No. Still, they were targeting Mars with this thing, which is also significant.
That's for next time.
Mm-hmm. Did you... yes, you did. I don't even have to ask. Did you discover a new page in a PC's story?
Let's see. Well, so Narcia didn't interface with the thingy-majigger this time, but maybe next time. I want to say, like, Juno getting her powers pointed out as being close, like, in some direct way related to fucking Flames McGee here. Like, oh, that's gonna be me soon. Oh God. So that's gonna be a crisis pretty soon.
Unless you pass over to the other side instead of anchoring yourself.
I'm fairly certain he doesn't even know how he's still here.
Yeah.
He doesn't.
He doesn't know. But either way, Juno's like relationship with Jacques, I think like specifically that sort of like I am now where you will soon be thing is important to her.
Fair. And since you definitely advanced your investigations, it seems it's a max XP session.
Wahoo!
Oh my god.
200 XP for everyone.
250.
250.
We should be at what? 25?
28,500.
Yeah.
Yep. I don't know what to do with all this XP, honestly.
I'm just going down the list of things I just need to buy, and then more expensive things I need. Snippy, have you read Beep Boops yet?
Beep Boops. Define Beep
Alright.
Mandragora Book 3.
I'll drop you Beep Boops. Look through the talents in there, and if anyone strikes your fancy, ask Merzendi if he can have it. She will murph some stuff if it's OP. I've like Pain Ward, stuff like that. I'll drop it for you. Here you go. It's yours now. You love it. Okay. Thank you for running, Merzendi.
Yeah.
I hope you salutes had fun.
Indeed. And if you're watching on stream or YouTube, thanks for tuning in. We'll see you tomorrow for 70. Till then, have a good one.